Good evening, council, staff, members of the public. May I have a mover and seconder to call the meeting to order, please? Councilor Garwood. Councilor Thompson. That the regular meeting of the council of the Township of Springwater of September 17, 2025, come to order at 6:43 p.m.
I think it's me. What am I missing?
All those in favor?
I'm muted.
And that is carried. Please join me and stand in for the singing of "O Canada." Councilor, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest this evening? Councilor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I'd like to call a conflict on item 4.1, please.
We will now move along to our delegations, and I will call upon Tanya King of our Floss Agricultural Society to present.
Good evening, esteemed council members. My name is Tanya King, and I'm the current president of the Floss Agriculture Society, who hosts the Elmvale Fair. I'm here tonight to discuss the financial aid that has been generously provided by the township over the past 2 years. This support has been instrumental in enabling students from our township to attend the Elmvale Fall Fair, a cherished event that fosters community, spirit, and agricultural education. We take great pride in the fact that every school in Springwater participates in this fair, thanks to our bringing in a free event, which is an exhibition that will, a bumper car exhibition that will also be free for those that meet the height requirements. Livestock shows will highlight the importance of farmers and their care for beef and dairy cattle, sheep, and horses. Our fair attracts between 12 and 13,000 attendees, and our directors work tirelessly to create an event that celebrates agricultural community. The history of our fair dates back to 1859, making it a significant part of our township's heritage. We are incredibly grateful for the financial aid allocated in the past 2 years as it directly impacts students' abilities to attend the fair. This support alleviates the financial burden on parents, allowing all students to participate without additional costs. Thank you for considering our request for continued support. Together, we can ensure that every student has the opportunity to experience the joy and learning that the Elmvale Fall Fair offers.
Thank you very much, Ms. King. I'm just going to ask for a mover and seconder for this before we open it up for conversation. I have Councilors Fisher and Thompson that the delegation from the Floss Agricultural Society regarding the donation request for student transportation for the 2025 Elmvale Fall Fair be received. And this time I can turn to members of council for any comments or questions. Councilor Fisher.
Thank you, Tanya, for coming forward. It's been a pleasure the last 2 years to provide busing for the students to come in. I agree with you. I think agricultural education, particularly for a rural municipality like ours, is something very, very important culturally, historically, but it's also very important for even the kids in the subdivisions to to see this, particularly things like the livestock shows. I mean, I've always enjoyed them. Anyway, and hearing that I had no idea 12 to 13,000 people come out to the fair. I had no idea, so yeah, so that's excellent. I also think public speaking is good. So maybe you can get Matt Garwood out there. It's a little training. So, but I did want to propose, I think in previous years, we took it from the Springwater Swing account, and if we could, I'd like to propose we do that once again.
I have Councilors Thompson and then Alexander.
Through the chair to Tanya again, thank you for coming. This is something we all support. What is your ask again? How much are you asking for?
Last year, there was a $5,000 financial aid.
Council Alexander.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Thank you, Tanya. Again, happy to support. I personally love the fair. It's going to be very odd for my children not to be in it this year. So, but it is a great opportunity for all of the township and all the students that come in. It's wonderful. I know I mentioned this before, and it won't be the time now, but I potentially in the morning may bring a motion forward in that, although I'm certainly happy for this council to use money from the Springwater Swing, I think this is part of the reason that, we do the golf tournament is to order to, support these types of events. I do think we should be putting pressure on our school board through our school trustee to have the school boards come to the table, because they seem to have just walked away and being solely reliant on us. And that doesn't necessarily mean we have to pull back our support, but it means that the community and the Floss Agricultural Society should be getting more support. So just a heads up, something will be coming forward, but happy to support.
Fantastic. So I do have a amendment from Councilor Fisher, seconded by Councilor Alexander, in that $5,000. That council hereby approves a donation in the amount of $5,000 to assist busing costs for the Springwater schools to attend the Elmvale Fall Fair Parade for 2025, to be funded from proceeds from the Springwater Swing. I am also going to ask that the amendment to this, and I do apologize to Clerk Marshall, this is a little bit on the fly, but we have funding every year for such things as physician recruitment that have become longstanding budget. And while I do know that Ms. King enjoys coming here to request this, I think this should just become a standing budget item from the Springwater Swing. Much like our physician recruitment, we do have them come annually. They do come during budget, but it could be at the discretion of the fall fair as to when. It wouldn't be a specific date, but we would still request that, but have it be a longstanding, to be included, longstanding. Any comments or questions, Councilor Fisher?
I like the notion. I would propose that we do 5,000 now and actually explore what Councilor Alexander had said before, because I do agree. I think the school board should be sharing some of the responsibility, or at least explore that.
And just your microphone, but that is noted. Just strike it. I'll deal with it at a later date. So that is now before us, council. So we are now voting on the amendment, which is to include the 5,000 from the spring water swing. All those in favor? That has carried. We can now move back to the main motion as presented, to which the delegation has been received and as amended. Anything further, council? Looking forward to it. Great theme this year.
Thank you.
I like that the red is going to work well with the rowdies, so thank you very much for that. But council, all those in favor? And that has carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a great meeting.
At this time, we move on to 4.2 Enterprise Fleet Management. And I will call upon Jonathan Siegel with Enterprise Fleet Management to present, please.
Hi, Council. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much for your time and for the opportunity to present to you all. My name is Jonathan Siegel. I'm the Senior Account Executive for Enterprise Fleet Management, operating out of Ontario here. We are the sister company to Enterprise Rent-A-Car, which formerly known as Enterprise Rent-A-Car, it is now known as Enterprise Mobility through a recent brand change. But I work exclusively out of the division that works with any entity, so municipalities, for-profit, nonprofit organizations that own and operate their own fleet of vehicles. So I'm here to discuss with you all, just share what it is I've been working on with senior leadership at the town of Springwater over the last, pretty much since this time last year, on a plan that's going to help us refresh the fleet, reduce, significant portion of the cost to run those vehicles, and improve items, like health, safety, et cetera, of just being able to operate newer vehicles more efficiently. Next slide, please. So just in terms of a high-level scope, Enterprise operates the world's largest privately owned fleet. We run about 2.3 million vehicles globally. We're also the world's largest buyer and seller of vehicles, and we specifically work in this light-duty space, essentially at my division working as a bolt-on fleet department to our clients' fleets. In terms of our scope of services, everything you're seeing here is designed to essentially reduce the life cycle cost of vehicles, and where we tend to spend most of our time is organizations that have 20 to maybe a couple hundred vehicles, again light duty at most. And specifically, everything on the right side of that pie that you're seeing up there is where we tend to spend most of our time by way of being able to help reduce the cost as much as possible. So whether that's acquisition, resale, maintenance, fuel, and then of course the logistics around the delivery of the vehicles, that's where we spend most of the time as well. Next slide, please. The way that this started for us specifically in terms of municipalities across Ontario is through, at the time it was LAS or Sourcewell. It's since been rebranded as Canoe, but we were awarded as the fleet management provider for a company that can provide this type of services across North America around 2020. We've actually since then, last summer, so this time last year, we were re-awarded the contract for the next number of years as well. And the really exciting thing is for us, this is our fastest growing segment, the government space, municipal space that is. Up there is just some of the municipalities we work with, but we're now close to 35 to 40 municipalities across Ontario that we provide this type of service for. Next slide, please. The premise for our program is, again, everything relating to vehicle lifecycle costs. So specifically, 95% of a vehicle's cost is related to its depreciation. So it's cost to acquire and sell the vehicle, fuel and maintenance. And so what we spend our time doing is figuring out, depending on how the vehicle is used, right, and frankly, what that vehicle is, there's a time in which it makes sense to replace it. We're just keeping it beyond that point costs more in hard dollar, as well as a lot of administration time spent reacting to that vehicle at that given time as well. And so for us, you might have two of the exact same vehicle type, take, half-ton trucks that might be the exact same year, make, model. But one of them is traveling, 15,000 kilometers a year, more similar to what the typical Springwater vehicle does. One of them might be traveling, say, 40,000 kilometers a year. Our account team that works with each one of our clients and meets with you, 2 to 3 times a year regularly to review what's happening in the fleet and what's happening in the market. We bring those things together along with our infrastructure to ensure that these vehicles cost as little as they possibly can for the city. And then in turn, we're able to turn them around, recoup the funds, and then have those proceeds go back to the client, in this case, back to the town to fund future vehicles. And so the ongoing life cycle, and as things change in the market, as things change, with what your vehicles are doing, our recommendations, will certainly change as well to ensure, again, we're operating the vehicles for as little as possible. Next slide, please. What the life cycle management of the vehicle helps us do, and sort of being able to pinpoint it and break it down to science, right? When that time comes to, where that cost comes to a head and it makes sense to replace the vehicle, helps us shift the approach how we go about, replacing or acquiring vehicles to begin with. So first of all, we certainly can work with, local dealerships to this tax base, or the closest, right, that financially makes sense, and where we source the vehicle will always be up to our end client. But what we typically recommend is factor ordering the vehicle, just making sure that we are only paying for the, specs and features that the vehicle needs versus what might end up being at the dealership lot that might not serve a typical work truck, as far as additional features. But the bigger aspect of this is vehicle selection. We are the biggest buyer and seller of vehicles in the world. For us, we're brand agnostic, so it's just about making sure that, if we're open to different makes and models, what achieves the most cost-effective option for the account based on what the vehicle is and what it's doing. And so for us, we'll look in a second of how we approach the overall acquisition, but it really is dependent on just what does the vehicle need to do, and then where can we get the most value for a dollar in terms of all costs in. Next slide, please. As far as the vehicle selection itself, so again, we break down vehicles. If you recall the 3 lines we just looked at towards depreciation, maintenance, and fuel, we look at vehicles through the lens of total cost of ownership. So based on them doing the same thing in this case, right, we're comparing the half-ton truck segment for a typical work vehicle. We're looking at comparably spec'd vehicles. We're looking at the acquisition cost and the resale value that gives us depreciation. We're looking at the projected maintenance and projected fuel costs of that vehicle over the same term, in this case, 5 years. So all the vehicles are 5 years in fleet, 12,500 kilometers a year being in line with what the typical vehicle is doing in Springwater. And the column or the line item that we're most concerned with is cost per kilometer, right? It tells us if we did everything right, what is the cost for each one of these vehicles for the city for every kilometer it's going to turn. And then we make a recommendation and we run this type of analysis based on every vehicle type that you operate within, our scope. Again, light duty vehicles, your half-ton, 3/4 ton, some 1-ton trucks, depending on its utilization, SUVs, sedans, cargo vans, right? Vehicles, there's about 41 of those vehicles within fleet that we can help with. But in doing so, again, just being super cognizant of us wanting to make a financial recommendation. It's all based on just what is the true cost of one vehicle to run versus the next. Not so much, what is the vehicle cost on the front end or what is the monthly payment. A lot of the time in our experience, that's how decisions might have been made to acquire vehicles, is based on those metrics. But we know that there are other cost factors that go into the vehicle that we want to make sure are part of that holistic comparison. Next slide, please. Once we figure it out that we know what that sweet spot is, we want to factor order the vehicle, we know what that vehicle should be, we want to take a look at, well, what's the right amount of time to keep that vehicle on the road, right? And this is something that we run on a case-by-case basis for all of our clients and for all the vehicles within your fleet, because they're not necessarily going to be the same, as I mentioned earlier. In this case, we're looking at, again, that class winner. In this case, it was the 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500. And we break it down to, based on the utilization, 12,500 kilometers a year, based on typically putting about $4,000 of upfitting into these vehicles, which in this model, we're assuming, we're getting no value back at the end of the term. We're looking at, okay, what is the year-over-year market value loss in the vehicle? And we've got an example there from the Canadian Black Book Index for what that vehicle's worth in the wholesale market. And we're only using 80% of that value just to make sure that we're being really conservative with our modeling. But that first column, estimated market value, just looks at if that vehicle was being kept on the road for an additional year over year at that 12,500 kilometer interval that most of your vehicles are traveling. And so that's what that average monthly depreciation column does. It's just dividing out that year-over-year market value by 12. Average monthly maintenance just takes a look at a couple data points. We've got the manufactured data for what they suggest, so this is what Chev suggests. One of their half tons is traveling 12,500 kilometers, should cost in terms of preventative repairs, non-preventative repairs, and percentage of catastrophic failure. And then we cross-reference that with our maintenance forecaster that just pulls from, all of this type of vehicle that we have within our 2.3 million vehicle fleet. And then fuel, you're going to notice there's a slight increase year over year, no different to maintenance, right? As the vehicle gets older, you're going to spend more time in maintenance and more time in the shop. With fuel, pretty comparable as well. It's just more linear. Just as the vehicle ages, you're losing a little bit of efficiency. It's not drastic year over year. It might be between 10 and 20% just as the vehicle gets to that 10 plus years old. And then downtime, we have a very small downtime factor in here. The way we look at downtime is that we know that there's a direct correlation between downtime and hard dollar maintenance. So in this case, we just wanted to factor in, a nominal amount for just knowing that as the vehicle ages, what does that, what type of admin does that create? Whether a vehicle needs to be moved around or a spare needs to be used, et cetera. The column in yellow just totals the four expenses together. The column in blue is the column that we're most concerned with, and that's where we spend all of our time focusing is, when is that vehicle going to cost as little as possible, and then at what point do costs start to trickle up while, getting no more benefit for that vehicle, right? The vehicle continues to age. It's only going to be more susceptible to, potential risk to the operating plan as it gets older. But knowing, what we know with all of our data and as close as we can to get to crystal ball today, 4 years is what we're recommending for a typical half-ton truck for Springwater that's equipped the way your vehicles typically are, that's traveling 12,500 kilometers a year. The account team that meets with you regularly, 2 to 3 times a year, they're taking a look actively towards what's happening with your vehicles, what's happening in the market. We're bringing our infrastructure into the mix as well. And then we're continuously, providing updates to those recommendations. So that might mean, hey, we're only 2 years into the vehicle, but let's get out of it now. Or let's get out of it at year 3 versus year 4, or let's hang on to it, for a 5th year versus the 4th year that we thought. Just again, depending on outside factors. Next slide, please. The next consideration for us really comes down to funding. So if we agree that it doesn't make sense to keep a vehicle forever, our philosophy is why pay for the full value of the vehicle. So what I have here is really the main or traditional ways to finance a vehicle. Typically, what you all do and what most of our municipal partners do before they worked with us is buy cash. So say a vehicle is $50,000 to acquire. Maybe it's a little bit more now or depending on the vehicle type, but suppose it's 50 grand and you're typically buying, let's say 3 vehicles a year. You're able to do that with your $150,000 budget. If you look at a traditional finance, right, financing the full value of the vehicle, whether it's through a dealership, through the bank, et cetera, you're spreading, that upfront cost over the term. You're able to bring in more vehicles. Now you're maybe up to 12 vehicles, or if you utilize, a market value finance, also known as a municipal, or really an equity or an open-ended lease, which is what the vast majority of our partners utilize. And I can say about 100% of our municipal partners utilize as well. What this is basically it's a finance down to residual value. So this is a lease. Unlike a traditional lease, though, there's no kilometer restrictions. There are no wear and tear provisions. Most importantly, though, so Springwater retains the equity rights to that vehicle at the end of the term. So in this type of model, rather than a traditional finance, if we take that same $50,000 vehicle and we write it down to conservative book value, let's say 10 grand. So we've kept 10 grand within Springwater for every vehicle we bring in. At the end of that 5 years, when we sell that vehicle for $20,000, the delta of what we sold it for and it's what remains on the book balance, in this case 10 grand, is your profit or your proceed position. So we in turn cut you a check, and what most of our clients do is they'll utilize those proceeds to help offset the cost of future vehicle replacements, essentially creating an internal reserve system for vehicles to fund future vehicle replacements. Again, no kilometer restrictions, no wear and tear provisions, and then our team oversees and manages and provides ongoing recommendations throughout the term as well. The benefit is that if we can utilize essentially the same capital, but just stretch those funds to bring in even more newer vehicles, those newer vehicles using the same budget help us, get rid of the oldest vehicles that cost the most in maintenance and fuel and that are the least safe to operate. while again, staying under budget. Next slide, please. So this is sort of like our 30,000-foot view of the fleet. We call this really our fleet summary. And what we're seeing here is, again, a lot of similarities with our existing clients in your space, other municipalities. We see a lot of different vehicle makes and models. And oftentimes that's a result of, you have a budget, you need to go get a vehicle. It might not be the perfect or the exact vehicle that you're looking for, but it's what the budget affords. So you might want a crew cab, 4x4 vehicle. Perhaps we're able to afford a regular cab, 4x2, that sort of thing. Certainly different mileage patterns across the board. And then what we're specifically seeing here is this is sort of where we come up with our replacement guidelines. And again, think of this more of a proof of concept, looking at, again, historical costs versus what it would look like to get into our phased in program. But the sort of guideline that we're coming up with is anything that's 10 model years old and or has 140,000 kilometers or more is what we're going to want to replace in year one. That's 6 vehicles. Year 2, so 2027, that's 9 vehicles that are now going to be 8 model years old or at or over 120,000 kilometers, and so on and so forth, where basically within the next 5 years, the full fleet is transitioned over and we're able to run vehicles no more than 5 model years old going forward. Next slide, please. So this is the model that we worked on, and I've been fortunate to work with both Greg and Dan again over the last year or so in putting this together using Springwater's actual spend. And so what we're looking at here, just at the top, I'll walk you through the inputs. We have 41 light duty vehicles that again fall within our purview, so up to and including some of the 1-ton trucks that are more lightly upfitted. The current cycle today is 10.25 years. That's how long a vehicle takes from once the moment it enters Springwater's fleet to when it leaves, is just over 10 model years. Current maintenance spend is $236 per vehicle per month on average, and the vehicles are traveling just under 20,000 kilometers a year. Current fuel economy is 13 liters per 100 kilometers. We used $1.40 for last year's fuel average. And on the far right side of that, you're seeing that we're still keeping the fleet at 41 vehicles. Again, looking at a lot of like-for-like replacements here with some more opportunity for right sizing. And then we're able to get you down from a 10-year cycle. We can cut that in half to get you into no more than a 5-year cycle. And we also have a maintenance program where we can guarantee the cost of maintenance over the term and have the work still get done within the tax base, which is also inflation proof, for $112.66 per month. So that's factored in here as well. So the average, the gold bar that you're seeing at the top there, that starts with average, that looks back at the last 10 years of history for how Springwater's fleet comes together, right, between capital and operating budget. So on average, you're buying 4 vehicles a year. 240,000 is the average purchasing for those 4 vehicles, and that's based on a weighted average of the number of half tons, 3/4 tons SUVs, et cetera, that you have within the fleet. None of them are leased today. You buy them all outright. If you're bringing in 4 vehicles a year, you're also disposing of 4 vehicles a year. So the surplus of those vehicles is about 28 grand as well. So that's coming back to offset the cost. $116,000 is the current maintenance expense. Fuel's at 138,000, just over. And so your typical fleet budget, just under $500,000, $467,000 to run today. So year one, 2026, what we're recommending again is that you replace anything that's over 140,000 kilometers and or 10 model years old. There's 6 vehicles that fit that criteria. So you'd lease those 6, you own the remaining 35 still. We're not purchasing any vehicles that year. The sum of those lease payments annually come up to $60,884. If we're bringing in 6 vehicles, we're also getting rid of 6 vehicles. So we're surplusing those vehicles conservatively for $41,000. Maintenance is down to $107,000, fuel's down to $134,000, and then year one has a pretty substantial budget impact. The full fleet is going to cost $262,000, and we've sourced a couple more vehicles in doing so. This process is going to repeat itself until we get to year 5. That's 2030. At that point, all the vehicles are going to now be financed through our program. We're not buying any vehicles going forward. The sum of those lease payments is $454,000. We're now getting back more equity from the vehicles that you guys own, and that the reason for that is they're not quite as old as the vehicles that we're getting rid of at the inception of the partnership. These vehicles are now really, they would have been the vehicles that you had just most recently acquired that are 5 years old versus 10 years old. So there's more equity coming back that way. And then you're also getting the benefit of the initial vehicles that we disposed of that you've leased from us in year one. That equity position is coming back, right? So again, on these type of lease structure, what we sell the vehicle for above and beyond what the buyout or the book balance is at the end of the term, that's your proceed position. So that's the 77,990 you're seeing there. And again, all these values are fairly conservative. We're using 80% of the Canadian Wholesale Value Index. Maintenance is down to 55,500, fuel's down to 111,000. And so over that 10-year period, we're estimating fairly conservatively just because, again, we've included all the upfitting costs in the vehicles as well. So tonneau covers, back racks, whatever else the vehicle needs, right? Beacon lights, radios, etc. And we're also assuming that we're getting, we're disposing of those, getting no value back for them, and then redoing that and capitalizing into the lease for the second time. Because over the 10-year period, we're running 2 of the same vehicle types over that 10-year cycle. So pretty conservatively, we're saying about $825,000 in savings over the term. And then that balloons when we also include the unrealized equity. So those last few years of vehicles that you're leasing, that you're not yet realizing the equity until we dispose of those vehicles, the equity you're generating there is about $276,000. So $825,000 within the same 10 years. And in this model, again, all the vehicles are new, safety is an all-time high, and our team takes on about 80% of the fleet administration to free up a lot of staff time to focus on everything else that staff does today. That's the end of the presentation. Thank you again just for the opportunity to potentially partner and just for hearing me out as well.
Thank you, Mr. Siegel, for the presentation. I'm just going to turn to staff to have the motion read and put on the floor before we have questions. We have a mover and seconder, please. Councillors Thompson and Moore, that the report from the Manager of Capital Infrastructure Delivery titled Enterprise Fleet Management Program Implementation dated September 17th be received, and that council authorized staff to enter into a commercial leasing agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management for the phased replacement and management of the township's light-duty vehicle fleet, and that staff be directed to include the necessary budget adjustments in the 2026 capital and operating budgets to support the implementation of this program. And at this time, I can turn to members of council for any questions or comments. Councillor Fisher?
Just a few questions. Who sets the residuals? Just from what I can see, it seems like the enterprise sets the residuals. All right.
That's correct.
And they're guaranteed residuals?
Yeah, they're guaranteed residuals. So,
Yeah.
so Spraywater would be on the hook for that residual value.
We are guaranteeing that residual.
That's right.
Okay, all right. I'm assuming after the useful life with us, it goes to auction because you're talking about a profit or loss and building equity in it. So is that safe to assume it does go to auction?
It goes to
Mr. Siegel?
auction. Oh,
No, sorry, go ahead. Mr.
sorry,
Siegel.
it goes to auction about 15% of the time. 85% of the time, it's hand sold through our remarketing team.
Okay.
So something that's unique to us is our remarketing infrastructure, just because
Familiar with it, yeah. So the dealers.
That's right.
Excellent, yeah. Now, I notice here, you've talked about maintenance, and I saw in some of the fine print there, it excludes tires. When you talk about maintenance, I'm assuming you're just talking about the general maintenance. If a transmission were to go on a truck or a head gasket, that we take care of that. Is that correct?
So on our full maintenance program that was budgeted into that replacement model of at $112, that actually does include the brakes and winter tires the vehicle would need over that term. So at 5 years, 20,000 kilometers a year, we would have included 2 sets of brakes and an additional set of winter tires. Those are the only 2 quantifiable items. Just because they're driver dependent, we can increase that quantity or we can remove them entirely to reduce that monthly rate. We're just going based on averages of that mileage pattern. You typically need that many. And then everything mechanical is included. So if the transmission falls out of the vehicle, we're covering it. If the engine breaks, we're covering it within that program.
Follow on.
Follow on?
So I do remember when this came up last term before I was on council. I remember watching it pretty intently, and I was intrigued by it. And so when I did get on council, I spoke with our manager of our fleet then, Maj from Deo, and frankly, I like the program. I like the idea of it, but I found actually sound management in-house was what we need. Um, Managing our fleet in-house and having a sort of succession plan. So when we take in, I'll use a Ram 1500, for example, you take that in, it's a supervisor's vehicle. We maintain it in-house. And as you said, I actually estimated 10 years. It came in at 10 and a quarter, um, that's getting a lot of use out of a vehicle. And frankly, your own numbers, an average of $2,832 a year, 236 a month is actually relatively inexpensive. So my findings early on in this term were that sticking with our present model and having very good in-house management. We also have our own mechanic, so we take care of a lot of those costs ourselves and drive them down. So I did enjoy your presentation, but I wouldn't support it. I actually think the model that we have, maintaining our own fleet at this time, is probably the right choice to make. So.
Deputy Cabral?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Thank you for the presentation. I was on council last term and similar presentation was made at that time. And at that time, we still had our mechanic. So, what I've read in the staff report is we'll reallocate that mechanic to the heavy vehicles. But the problem is that we don't have the same increase in the heavy vehicles, and that mechanic was actually hired on as a program change in order to facilitate working on the light vehicles. I have to also concur with Councillor Fisher. My experience on not only council, but previous to that, seeing the way some of the vehicles were actually being utilized. Staff are very good at analyzing the vehicles that we currently have. And they're varied. They're not all the same. It's not like we have a fleet of trucks, 100 trucks that are all the same. We're installing, cable into people's houses and we're trading them in and out all the time. The vehicles are different. They're hybrid we have now. I think we have some electric that are probably, if they're not here, we're anticipating getting some, I think. I don't know if we did. And the trucks are actually set up in order to facilitate the needs of the township. And I know that you alluded to that, but at the same time, the local dealers and that, when we put out an RFP, we do get a pretty solid pricing on some of those vehicles. And I like the idea of us being able to rotate them the way we see fit. If we have a vehicle that's not very good, staff are pretty good at identifying that vehicle. And if we have one that is being good, it's a high mile vehicle, but exterior, body wise, it's good. They can transition that to, the recreational folks for picking up some trash or watering the plants in the summertime. So those were my kind of initial ones. And our fleet's still small. The other problem is right now we own our vehicles. Those are our assets. The residuals in those vehicles belong to Springwater Township. Mm-hmm. Down the road with this particular model, although we might save money, we have nothing at the end of it. And it's based on, I believe, the residual that's either set by us or by you. But if it's below that, we get nothing. And if it's above that, we get a specific amount, and I guess Enterprise gets the balance. But it doesn't seem to me that Enterprise is in a losing position at any point in time. The other thing I recall too was that once we're into this, if it wasn't working out after 5 years or 6 years, it would be very, very difficult for the township to turn around and actually start to purchase their vehicles again, because they'd be buying a whole pile of vehicles at the same time. So we could be talking $1 million. And I also recall that there was one particular service that pretty well, I'm not going to name them, was a police service that pretty well leased everything that they had. And it actually came back to bite them because it wasn't working out at the end of the day. You're relying on savings that inherently don't last. We're not a business where we can write stuff off per se against our incomes. So that piece really doesn't appeal to me as a taxpayer or as a council member because we don't benefit necessarily from that. The other part is I recall there was a gentleman, I do recall his name, I believe it was Mr. Jackson, was a resident down in Midhurst, and he was in the leasing and financing end of things, and he wrote a very articulate letter to council, actually cautioning us against doing it based on his experience. And those were some of the points that he actually pointed out in that letter. So I'm in the same boat as I was before. If we were a lot bigger, I mean, I like the idea of us buying 4 or 5 vehicles a year. We pick and choose. We get the ones we want. We get them appointed the way we want. They become our assets for future use. And the $112 per month for the maintenance fee, although it sounds like mechanical car insurance is what I would consider it. If you buy a used car, you can buy the warranty or the extended warranty, but it's $1,200. And in my way of thinking, on a brand new vehicle, $1,200 is a little bit more than what a new vehicle would be incurring in what I would consider regular maintenance throughout the year. So unfortunately, I wouldn't be supporting this again. Maybe down the road when we're buying 100 vehicles, it might be a little bit better because we have very, very large vehicles that you can't and aren't able to assist us with, plus heavy equipment. Unfortunately, and I guess the last piece I would like to point out, and I'm not knocking Enterprise. I think in some cases, this type of concept probably works very, very well. But when you go to Canada's website and you punch in leasing versus owning, they don't suggest you lease. And as a business, it would be different, but for a private individual or a municipality like ours where we can't deduct those particular costs, I don't see the value in it for us. So I won't be able to support it. I feel like I'm on Shark Tank now, but I'm sorry.
I
And,
appreciate the feedback. Sorry,
thank
am I able to ask questions as we go along?
Um,
Clarify points or provide feedback?
was there a direct question, Deputy Cabral?
Those were my comments, in particular, based on the last presentation and your presentation today too. I'm not necessarily questioning your numbers, but I would suggest that your numbers are put at the maximum, so that they reflect the maximum saving down the road. But if I took that $825,000 anyway, my speaker was not on my apologies.
Yeah, and I do have Councillors Garwood, Fisher, and Thompson as well. Councillor Garwood?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Thank you, Mr. Siegel, for the presentation. Through you, Mayor Coughlin, to Manager Eberhardt. Can you speak to the similar programs as the fleet management program here as presented by Mr. Siegel in neighboring municipalities? I know it's mentioned in the report, but I think it might be useful information to reference as well as part of this discussion. Thank you.
Manager Eberhardt?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, through yourself too, Councillor Garwood. Thank you for the question. And as Jonathan has touched on there, so approximately 35 to 40 municipalities in Southern Ontario here are operating the same program here that Jonathan has presented. Speaking to some of my counterparts in other municipalities, it has been a viable solution to them. And it has, for a similar size fleet and similar size municipality, it has been beneficial for them. They are in more modern vehicles with less maintenance, less downtime of those vehicles. Reduction in fuel consumption, that is. There's been less staff involvement, or not staff involvement, but staff time to procure these vehicles, to deal with maintenance and to deal with some of the recall warranty works. So from discussions with neighboring municipalities, it has been a successful business model.
Councillor Fisher?
I thank you for that. I think it definitely is a viable model. I think it's viable. I just don't know that it's necessarily, when everything shakes out, it's the best model for us. And I did want to, again, thank you for your presentation, because for many private sector businesses, if you had a sales force and they needed a dozen sedans, I think it provides a write-off. And yes, they're driving those vehicles. I think for us, and I just want to get back to the residuals and explain this to people. If we're guaranteeing the residual, I see a bit of liability in that. We might have a truck where, look, it's used for parks and rec. We're a little rough on it, right? It's the nature of what we do. This is not a salesman going business to business. This is somebody throwing fence posts in it and stuff. So to say that we are going to guarantee the residual, the end value, that becomes a bit scary for me, right? Because I can't guarantee that truck will be in impeccable condition. I would almost guarantee it's not, So, people need to understand this isn't like going to Acura and leasing a sedan where Acura says, hey, at the end, it's worth $34,600. We are saying it's worth $34,600. And when it comes back and it goes to auction, it's a nice thought that we would have equity in it. But I would caution council. I would say for some of our vehicles, we're probably going to be underwater on it. It won't be competitive in the market. Again, I use the Ram 1500 as an example. When it goes to auction, particularly if we've used it for things like a fleet, we have to disclose that under OMVIC. If it's used as a plow truck, we have to disclose that. That vehicle is not worth the equivalent of a Ram 1500 that came from a fleet lease, right? An executive lease, right? So it's very different. And I think your model works. And I think that it's very easy to say it's working for other municipalities. But I think if you really did some forensic accounting and looked at it, I don't know long term if it actually would, right? So I don't think it's right for us. And I do thank you for the presentation. But to the deputy mayor's point, my worry is this: you do it for 5 years, it's not working out, right? And then we have to go to the taxpayer and say, well, our 41 units, now we need 50, and it's going to cost us $2.6 million or something like that. I think that's probably a pretty, and that's a big pill to swallow at once. So I think we stick with what we have. I think that's the most responsible. And I think we take a look at management of our fleet in-house.
And I'll go back to Mr. Siegel.
Thank you. Councilor Fisher, I just want to make sure the distinction of the way we underwrite the vehicles. So we do over depreciate them, and we completely understand, like, these vehicles are work vehicles, and I would presume that they're used no different than how any of our other municipal client uses their vehicles, right? If it's other public works vehicles. And we over depreciate them to the point where it's very close to zero, right? We maybe leave 10% of that vehicle's value at the end of the term, but it'd be almost impossible for us not to be able to cut you a check for the proceed position right back to the end user, unless a catastrophic event happened that we weren't made aware of at any of the meetings over the term of that vehicle, right? So if we're taking that $50,000 vehicle and it's on the books for $5,000 at the end of the term, knowing that we're likely going to get close to, say, $20,000 for it at the end, say it's driven double the mileage we anticipate. Again, we somehow don't catch that, and the only way that would happen is if we don't meet in 5 years, because we have data and ways to track the mileage of the vehicles and bring that to our attention. Short of that happening, we're going to sell the vehicle for more than what you owe us at the end of the term. And that's going to help fund future vehicle replacements.
Follow on?
So I appreciate you clarifying that. Having a lower residual in the back end, but that means I'm paying more upfront for it. So I might as well just own the vehicle, right? So that's my way of thinking with it. And I can appreciate that. Thank you for clarifying. But to use your example, if it's worth $5,000 on a $50,000 truck, I've still paid 45, right? I've still paid for the depreciation. At that point, I might as well own it. And if we're getting a decade and a half or a decade and a quarter out of a vehicle, and we're only spending this much, I would argue, if we look at those numbers, I think we're doing better off than that, right? So our tax dollars would be paying for depreciation, right? I'd much rather have, I hate to say equity in a car because it's a depreciating asset, but I still think it's better. But I thank you for the clarification.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So through the chair to Mr. Siegel. So if I read or understood your presentation correctly, that our township under your plan would realize a savings of about $1.1 million over the 10 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And just follow on. So that's significant to me. I think these are taxpayer dollars, and through the chair to Director Bedard, $1.1 million over 10 years. I'm sure the township could use that in other areas. Have you reviewed the numbers, and does this financial equation make sense to you?
Director Bedard?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Through you to Councillor Thompson. Mr. Segal and Manager Eberhard have been working on this file for about a year now, reviewing the numbers, reviewing the applicability to the township, and, the three of us, including Director Harvey, we've had other management. We agree that this is a viable solution for the township. Just to elaborate on some of the comments, we've took a very cautious approach in generating this proposal where we're cycling units not all in 1 year like some municipalities have done. We're doing this we're proposing to do this over 5 years so that we don't have all of those vehicles come due at the same point in time should we decide to exit this lease agreement with Enterprise. We saw that as a risk to our budget, having to replace 40 vehicles in 1 year. So what we are proposing is a cycling over 5 years, phasing it in over those 5 years, so that should we choose to exit, we'd only have so many vehicles every year over 5 years to replace. We did see that as a risk, and 40 vehicles in 1 year, that is, if we had to fund that, it's a cost that we couldn't absorb. We're already not funding our vehicles sustainably. We historically go beyond 10 years. 10 years is the average life cycle for our fleet. The most recent vehicles that we exited from service, Manager Eberhard can confirm, one was 12 years old, one was 15 years old, and we're going to be lucky to get the scrap value out of those vehicles. We've driven those into the ground. And they've certainly served the township well, but what we're seeing through this program is the benefit of reduced greenhouse gas emissions through decreased fuel consumption, the ability to keep our vehicles on the road throughout the cycling term, not having that downtime associated with maintenance that comes with older vehicles, so they're in productivity for longer. And it's a more reliable source of funding where right now when a vehicle comes due, we usually generally extend that a couple of years because we don't have the money within the budget to do that. What this program would do, it would move the funding from the capital side to the operating. And once that $10,000, we'll say on average per vehicle is in the operating budget, it's there forever. It's built into that budget. It never gets taken out. With the capital, we move around, we change priorities. We often go with roads over vehicles. Vehicles are kind of the least priority, which means that they stay longer, they cost us more. So we see this as a better opportunity for our operating budget. I think Director Harvey or Manager Eberhard could speak to the mechanics side of things better than I can, but we do see that there would be efficiencies on that side.
Manager Eberhard?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and thank you, Director Bedard. Just touching a little bit then on the mechanic side. So we do have 2 in-house mechanics right now. Not including our light duty fleet, we have approximately 85 pieces of equipment that they would be working on. Outside of that includes loaders, snow plows, fire trucks, anything larger than a 3/4 ton truck, sidewalk plows, tractors, mowers, etc. That's a substantial portfolio already for 2 mechanics, including yearly safeties on some of those heavy duty ones and anything that's yellow stickered. We believe that to have this program implemented would have the light duty maintenance outsourced to a third party, would free up some time from our mechanics to focus on preventive maintenance instead of reactive maintenance for some of our critical infrastructure or critical equipment, such as our snowplows and fire trucks and aforementioned vehicles there. So we believe it's viable for our size fleet, and it makes business sense, we believe, as well, operational sense. Thank you.
Follow on, and then Deputy Cabral Alexander.
Really appreciate that report, and thank you. And my apologies. I've never been a used car salesman, so I can't speak to it from a professional point of view. But I can speak that the last budget cycle, we did ask staff to to look at ways to save township taxpayers money during budget time. And I commend you for bringing this to us. Again, for me, $1.1 million is a lot of money, even if it's over 10 years. So I thank staff for the work you've done on this and for the recommendation, and I will be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Councillor Alexander? Apologies, Deputy Cabral, then Councillor Alexander.
Just to speak to that, thank you, Mayor Coughlin. When it comes to $1.1 million, and the way I'm looking at this is as simple as this. I've gone into a dealership and I'm sitting in front of the dealer and he's telling me, we want you to lease this vehicle. It's cheaper for you. You're going to save a lot of money, or you can buy it and pay a little bit more. The thing is, at the end of that 5 years, I have nothing. And at the end of the 5 years, if I purchase it, I have something. I have equity in that vehicle. So this $1.1 million in my mind is exactly the same thing. We don't own anything at the end of 10 years because we didn't buy anything with the $1.1 million. If we had bought the vehicles, then the $1.1 million would have been equity in those vehicles that we've been able to turn over. And when we're talking about vehicles that last us 15 years, the way I look at that is they don't owe us a penny. They've given us everything that they can. And it's our staff who are determining when they go, not, a couple of crosshairs on a plot line that really don't know what the vehicle's being used for. So I do listen to what staff is saying. In my mind right now, I just don't see that this township is in that position. And when it comes to the heavy equipment, the only piece I can add to that is that heavy equipment already existed before this presentation took place. Our mechanics were managing the heavy equipment as well as our light duty vehicles. If we're looking for additional staff, then I would suggest that would be a program change. But to be quite honest with you, if we were to embark on this, I would be looking for a reduction in staff because these duties would no longer be applicable to them. So I'm sorry, I cannot support this for those various reasons. I guess I'm one of those people, I like to own things if I can't depreciate them. If I can, it's a different game. If I had a business and you're making X number of dollars and you can afford to depreciate $1,200 a year on a vehicle or more, then it makes a lot of sense. But we're not able to do that. So for me, it's like the township is a private individual who does not benefit from those particular deductions and should be owning our equipment and having value in that equipment until we decide that we want to part with it. So that's my last comments on it.
Thank you. And before you go back, just the comment on if we were to bring on enterprise, we would need to reduce our staffing component of our two maintenance. Could we speak to the outsourcing right now and how much of our fleet is done in-house, how much we spend out-house, how many hours we spend sending two people in a truck to drive the truck to whichever dealership we bought it from? I want to make sure that the public and council's understanding that currently right now, our entire fleet is not maintained in-house.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Yeah, you are correct. We have been outsourcing some of our safeties and some of our other larger repairs. That's due to sheer volume of work that our mechanics have. Like I said, not including these light duty vehicles, 85 plus pieces of equipment that need maintenance, that need upkeep, that need safeties. Doesn't include a lot of the smaller hand tools like weed whackers and backpack blowers and other smaller things that our mechanics also work on. Doesn't also include a lot of the attachments that maybe one vehicle has, but has 6 attachments to it as well. So there's I would disagree that there would need to be staff reduction if this program were to take place. I think 85 plus pieces of equipment for 2 mechanics is reasonable. I think where we are right now, we are outsourcing stuff, outsourcing maintenance, outsourcing safeties. I don't have a percentage in front of me, but we are outsourcing works due to sheer volume and an aging fleet, I should say as well. Thank you.
And Mr. Siegel and then Councillor Alexander.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, so I appreciate the feedback. Again, I just want to make sure that there's a distinction between the dealership scenario you described, right? The lease, that's a retail lease, right? Where you're on the hook for the residual value of the vehicle. There's mileage stipulations, there's wear and tear provisions, where the dealerships tend to make most of their profit in that model. that for personal use, any of us are accustomed to, is in the back end, right? When you go to return that vehicle, either they penalize you for those charges or you buy the vehicle out because you don't want to pay for it. And then you hopefully can go sell it at market. The reality is it's not going to be worth what you bought it for, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't charge you those additional costs. Our model, the reason why this works for, again, not just for-profit, commercial entities, but so many nonprofit and government-funded organizations, is because we utilize and pass on and leverage the same incentives that you qualify for. So we're buying the vehicles under market value. We're keeping them in fleet while they're the most safe, productive, operational, and we're selling them using our resale infrastructure. And quite frankly, if you think about the market, if you buy a personal used vehicle that has 120, 150,000 kilometers on it because it was a daily commuter versus a municipal vehicle that only travels within the tax base essentially, right, or within the city limits. And then we leverage our ability to sell that vehicle for above and beyond wholesale. That's what allows us to ensure that you're running vehicles for as little as possible in terms of depreciation. And then you're also getting the benefit of having a newer vehicle in fleet. Besides the safety and morale, just the hard dollar maintenance costs are going to be more predictable and lower than when that vehicle is 10 or 15 years old. And that's all that this is a function of. It's we can't get away from those costs. It's just where the buckets are shifted. In the beginning, it's depreciation heavy, predictable, safe, no maintenance, low fuel. When you get into that year 6+, you're not spending on depreciation, but you are spending in hard dollar maintenance and fuel for that vehicle.
Mayor Coghlan, just a quick response to that. Someone who's buying a vehicle and it's a private vehicle versus something that's coming from a municipality where various people drive it. For me, I might look at that municipal vehicle myself and say that's something I don't want because of those unknowns. So, and I do appreciate your answer that you buy them for less money. But at the end of the day, we don't have anything in it at the end of it all. So I'm still on the same page. And I think it could work if Township had 100 vehicles that were all the same, but they're various. And I would suggest that maybe come budget time, we should be looking at an additional mechanic as a program change if that's the pressures that they're experiencing. Thank you.
Councillor Alexander?
I'll be quick. So the biggest piece I'm struggling with here is turning over a vehicle at 50,000 kilometers. I drive my vehicles to 200, 250,000 kilometers. I do weigh the costs of how much it would cost for me to continue to have a car payment versus the maintenance that I have to do. And I've always come out with, I'm better off buying and staying in my car and driving it to the ground, if you will. And making that, determination when it gets to that point, but that point is way past 50,000 kilometers. So I have a big problem with turning over a vehicle at that amount to continue just to always have a payment. Whereas at least if you buy it outright, it owes you nothing, to the deputy mayor's point. And I do understand, greenhouse gases and, less waste with newer vehicles, but I also have an issue with, society in general. So this is just a general comment. It's certainly not at you. And this need to always have new and always replace. All we're doing is creating more waste. So those are my concerns.
Councillor Thompson, and then I have comment as well.
I just wanted to call the vote and ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you. I have yet to have an opportunity to speak. I do not have Councillor Moore on there as well, so I just want to make sure that all members of council have an opportunity to speak to this. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I just would like to have a few comments. I did support this last time it came forward. I too have had different experiences with 450,000 kilometers on a vehicle, and then was introduced to a program where you could literally flip something at 50. So what works in our own homes, what works for us as individuals isn't always reflective of what works for a corporation. Understanding that if we only need one vehicle, it's completely different. I will say that what I would like to put lens on this evening is the last time this proposal came to this council, it was presented by a different director and a different manager, fully supported. Also a different finance. So this is a new team with fresh eyes saying this is still good. This is still what the corporation needs. This is what's best for us. This has been a year in the works, supported for 2 years now by our staff, telling us this is what we need to do and this is what our professionals think is the best step forward for this corporation. I will support it again based on the information that has been brought forward to us by our team. I'm not going to pretend to know everything about everything because I'm not the one who typically takes care of that in the family. So thank you to our staff for bringing that forward to us. I will support it again. And Councillor Thompson has asked for the vote and recorded, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So Councillor Thompson has requested a recorded vote on the motion being to receive the staff report for information, to authorize staff to enter into the commercial leasing agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management for the program for light duty vehicle fleet, and to include that the necessary budget adjustments in the 2026 capital operating budget. So that is the motion being voted on. When I call your name, please state yes or no. Councillor Garwood,
Yes.
Councillor Alexander,
Sorry. No.
Councillor Thompson,
Yes.
Councillor Moore,
No.
Councillor Fisher,
No.
Deputy Mayor Cabral,
No.
Mayor Coughlin.
Yes.
That is defeated.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you, Manager Eberhardt, Director Harvey, and our team for all the work that went into that again. At this time, we will move on to question period, and I will turn to our clerk for questions that have been submitted.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. We have had 2 registered question period submissions for this evening's meeting. The first one being from Mr. Roy Monk of 14 Lowella Boulevard, who has requested that I read his submission on his behalf. Mayor Coughlin, many of us were here September 3rd because we didn't support your efforts to sell off Springwater land to Barry. You, Brad Thompson, and Matt Garwood have stated several times that you need to make a deal with Barry because if you don't, the province will. When did you get the authority to speak for Premier Doug Ford? Mayor Coughlin, you have stated numerous times that Springwater could not serve Bayfield Street for at least a decade. There is documented evidence that Springwater could service Bayfield Street itself within 3 years. Of note, if and when shovels go into the ground and these 2 projects get under construction, they will not need wastewater for 3 years. Why did you ask Barry to have 3 additional sections of Springwater added to their claim? Mayor Nuttall has also said that you asked him to conceal that information from council. Mayor Nuttall has stated in 2 different Barry council meetings they were originally asked for only 2 sections, which were the lands around 93 Highway, the Barry Golf Club, and Little Lake. Watch the City of Barry December 11th, 2024 council meeting starting at 54 minutes on YouTube. As a result, the residents of Springwater can no longer trust you as you have betrayed them. You have created dissension amongst council members and staff. You have lost the trust of Springwater residents. Criminal code sections that could apply to the secret negotiations and breach of trust that has occurred. Section 337, municipal corruption. Section 341, conceals anything. Section 301, 22.1A, A, 1, 2, and B, 12.2, breach of trust. Penalty, imprisonment up to 14 years. We are asking you to do the right thing now and resign.
Thank you. Thank you for the correspondence. I will not be resigning. Well, I'll turn back to the clerk now for any other submissions.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. The next submission is from Esther Allen, and I will call, she's here in person, and we'll call her up.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. And you read? I'll just ask for your name and address as you begin. And if you could pull those in as close as you could, that would be great. Thank you.
Full address.
Just street address, correct?
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. I am Esther Allen. I am a resident off Seaton and George Johnson in the Snow Valley Highlands, and a Minising resident for almost 10 years. I've come here tonight to speak not only as a member of the Springwater Green Community Coalition, but as a concerned Springwater resident. Today, I feel let down by my council, entrusted to protect my best interests, and have had some correspondence to share at my request from Donnelly Law in regards to what forewent at the Ontario Land Tribunal today. And I will read that correspondence to you. You have asked for a letter setting out our firm's concern regarding the Township of Springwater's decision this morning to walk away from the Ontario Land Tribunal hearing that is underway. It is a planning settlement between Gallagher Materials and the proposed expansion of the Lewis Pit near my home. Donnelly Law represents you and the Springwater Green Community Coalition on the above matter. As you are aware, we are currently in the midst of negotiations regarding air quality involving the proposed dust management plan that Gallagher Materials has presented is crucial to the outcome of these negotiations. A crucial part of this is the provision of a compensation fund for residents in the event of dust exceedances and no clearing of vegetation near my home within 150 meters, unless the dust management plan can demonstrate that it's effective. I have been here before and have shared some of these images with you of my home and my neighbors' homes. We've been dealing with this for over 5 years. We have financially gone into financial hardship over the last 2 years to advocate for ourselves because nobody else will. And I feel that that was your role to do. Most importantly, residents have been promised that operations will be shut down when dust is flying into our backyards, which you can see in all of these pictures, or the proposed air quality monitor registers an exceedance. These issues do not solely relate to air quality. These are issues of planning, implementation, and compliance, in which the township has considerable authority to insist on a fair and reasonable settlement that maintains the 150-meter setback per our township's existing bylaw, and which was written to protect residents. At the moment, it is proposed at 30 meters, which is what Gallagher came here 2 years ago to request approval of, and it was not. And now it is at the Ontario Land Tribunal with the same request. It is standard that these critical public health and safety matters be sent to the Township of Springwater Council for a decision and not left to some backroom negotiations. Needless to say, Council has not revised the proposed setback, which I feel does not adequately protect residents. More troubling is the announcement literally this morning at the hearing that the township is quitting without even having the final form of the proposed air quality settlement instrument complete. Crucial issues such as shutting down the Lewis Pit expansion when dust exceeds the legal limit have not been resolved. So why is Springwater quitting? Why has Springwater's dust expert not reviewed all insisted on measures or all best practices from other communities? They have literally left the table of discussion, leaving 2 other dust experts to make the decision. You have produced evidence to the township's air quality expert that the Lewis Pit has been impacting existing residents with dust for years. You have also produced evidence from Dr. George Thurston, the world-leading authority on dust and fine particulate matter, such as PM 2.5, that there is no safe level of PM in ambient air. PM 10 and PM 2.5 are no threshold pollutants, which we know is in the dust that is coming into our homes, inside our homes too. They are known health risks. They are linked to respiratory, cardiovascular, and neurological issues. There is no safe exposure level. The settlement tentatively agreed to by Springwater's lawyer, the air quality expert, and the planner does not protect you from these threshold pollutions. You are well within your rights as residents to demand the opportunity to be heard by your council before it is approved for 40 more years of misery, which is the lifespan of the proposed expansion. Should you have any comments or questions, the lawyer has provided his info for anything further. I can take some questions if there are any as a resident in my own lived-in experience. Obviously, I'm not an expert, but I have been here before. I have a lived-in experience of 5.5 years of financial hardship, physical hardship, hours upon hours of endless cleaning, which you can witness in some of those pictures. That is my kitchen in the one photo I have shared on a nice, beautiful day when I left my windows open. So to approve and walk away from the table, to not even give authority to legal counsel and your dust expert to stay in the game until it's over and protect us is preposterous to me. I can't believe it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Before I do go to members of council, I'm just going to turn to Director Russell or CEO Ainsworth just to remind us of the parameters of the discussion as it is before the tribunal.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and through you to council and as well the resident. I'm not sure how much I can speak to right now as there's ongoing settlement discussions. So as far as I know, as far as today, discussions have adjourned to allow the experts to continue to work towards this settlement discussion. And that's as far as I'm willing to take this. Thank you.
Councillor Fisher?
Just for my own clarity, and I don't know if staff can speak to this at all, but the quitting of talks, can we talk about that at all? And what that, I don't know if we can, but as Mrs. Allen said, our lawyers seem to walk away. Is that something we can talk about?
It's okay.
Director Russell?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And again, I don't want to use the term walk away, but certainly we're talking about direction from council in closed session. We're also talking about an adjournment of the hearing today to allow the experts to continue to fine tune the dust management plan as well as the ARA plans and the final notes that will go in there that will require the dust management plan to be adhered to. So I really can't take it further than that right now.
Follow on?
Sorry, through you to Ms. Allen. Can you articulate your understanding of what happened today?
I can.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt. As a member of both the SGCC, but just as a resident who attended the OLT today, I can attest as a resident, which anybody clicking the link and being on the meeting this morning would have seen council's legal, Bruce Engel, indicating that they were settled and they have already dealt with the dust issue. Like they're comfortable with the current dust plan, which was a plan from days ago, and not the current plan that has moving pieces still to it, and was settling today to not continue on. I do know as an SGCC resident, the dust discussions continue, but do not include the council or township's dust expert. They are between Gallagher and the SGCC. And Bruce Engel did voice again in front of the entire tribunal. If you come up with something that is better than what we've approved, then that's great. But they were fine with the lesser, while talks continue to try and protect residents with some tighter, stringent controls.
Councillor Alexander?
Thank you. So the question to you, Mayor Coughlin, and I'm going to get the acronym probably completely wrong, but I believe there is an aggregate body, TAPMO, and I believe you sit on the board. Has this been pushed up to that level with discussions happening at a broader level? Because I know one of the concerns here is we could put our foot down and say, no, you can't go past 150 meters, but then we're just overridden, which it's not helpful. Like, yay, we're giving you a show of support, but we're not helping you reach your end goal. So I'm just wondering if in that type of organization, we're having these discussions and trying to protect, all residents more against aggregate companies that aren't potentially following best practice. I'll say nicely.
Yeah, and specifically this issue was brought to TAPMO over a year ago. TAPMO did advocate, not specifically for this issue, but for more, basically it really just comes down to having the gravel pits monitored, actually having enforcement that shows up. Right now, the main concern is that they're self-regulated. They have to self-report. So they basically said, yes, we do everything great. And then they hand over a certificate and that's as far as it goes. So TAPMO, while I'm not going to suggest that they are advocating directly for us, they are working towards having a model where it's actually enforced. They're actually monitored. There is no self-regulation. So that in itself would be of much benefit. Individual situations, as soon as it does go to a tribunal, TAPMO removes themselves from it. Just as as a advocate group, they don't want to incur any legal costs. And it is something that the Township of Springwater does contribute and pay to be part of, a member of. And we do have communication with them, but they are not directly involved as a advocate group in this situation. Before I do go to Councillor Moore, I did see CA Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And a closed session can be scheduled to provide council with a full update post the OLT matter until the matter becomes public through their decision.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. To Ms. Allen, you know, I have walked this step with you and your neighbors the entire way, and I was surprised to hear this week that some of, or from yourself at least, that the setbacks were as they were. And I did speak with Director Russell, and I sort of would like to ask council if, and I don't know if I'm allowed, so please tell me if I'm overstepping, but if council members were of the understanding that the setbacks were to be negotiated.
I am going to suggest that if we would like to resolve into closed, we could do so. And I'm not doing that out of any disrespect for anyone. And it's out of respect for. And can we speak to our understanding from closed session without divulging closed session? Yeah.
I would suggest we book a subsequent meeting, closed session meeting, to give staff time to figure out what's going on.
The clerk has offered an opportunity for us to have a closed session meeting to address that. I think that because not only because this is a closed session, but it's also before the OLT. So right now, we're just all treading very lightly. We don't want to appear that we're not supportive or empathetic, and still respect the corporate where we're sitting today. So Councillor Moore?
Oh, thank you. I didn't turn my mic off. Thank you. Is there then the potential timing? I think right now is of the essence. So we are under the gun hard. We have a day or two. Is there a possibility that we could do that now to have a discussion about this quickly and sort of talk about, and maybe Director Russell can bring council up to speed as to what has happened for the last few days?
And I'm just going to be mindful. If we can, the council can choose to resolve by resolution to resolve and to close at any time that we would like. If there is the desire to have direction resolving out of that closed, I would suggest that we could do it at the end of the meeting to allow staff some time to prepare and to get ourselves into there. If it's the desire of council to resolve into close right now to deal with it, we can.
Technically, it's not set up to go into close right now.
And IT would also require a quick minute
Which we don't have.
for that. So we could take a break and resolve into closed right now to have that discussion. But that's at the discretion of council. So at this time, I do have desire, so that will mean Councilor Moore, I'm going to finish a question period before we do that, just because there might be other members here that have other questions. And then for those that want to leave, they can leave and we can resolve into close at that time. So we will be resolving into close after a question period, and I don't know what that would look like. We can commit to having staff reach out to you should there be any resolution or direction of council. If you wanted to stay around, you're more than welcome to, but we will be asking all residents to vacate while we resolve into closed after question period.
That's okay. If I could speak to Councillor Alexander's point before leaving the table.
Please.
Just because this has been a very significant learning process, obviously, for myself and all of our neighbors, to understand township bylaws and the Aggregate Resources Act and which laws trump essentially which laws. To speak to your, you being supportive, but obviously bylaw is 120. I know in the original staff report 2 years ago when this whole process started, 150 meters minimum was recommended for the Boothby Crescent residents alone because they knew how close it was to our home. for me, this all starts as sort of a planning issue and a lack of compatible zoning. Our subdivision was put in 15 years ago, and it wasn't this council that approved it, but it was approved by this council, now only to have the lands adjacent to be approved for something completely different. And for me and my family, obviously, residential zoning is not compatible with heavy equipment and industrial operations. Mobile equipment, noisy equipment, and equipment that's been proven for over 5 years to produce significant amount of dust. So I do appreciate, but I do understand that. And essentially the ask that we are asking council, because I did think this was something that would come back to council for a final decision and not be left at the OLT in terms of the zoning and the setbacks, is to just not leave the table in the middle of discussions. I would like township to continue to be present in whatever continues to happen at the OLT and to support their residents and enforce what they can and definitely give us a best practice dust plan that helps everybody and protects our health, basically. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I can turn, are there any other registered? There are no other registered questions, but this time I can invite members of the public to come forward with questions. Mr. Spring.
John Spring, 2438 County Road 92, Elmville, Ontario. Madam Mayor and council members, 2 weeks ago tonight at the September 3rd, 2025 council meeting, a member of the council was chastising another member of council for not maintaining a decorum. Decorum's definition is behavior in keeping with good taste and propriety. When a disagreement arises between councilors, it is supposed to be discussed by anyone on the council. When the councilor from Ward 1 speaks out about an exchange that has occurred between council members, I think he is trying to discredit certain councilors who do take part in the discussion and belittle their opinion as well as to make himself look better than others on council. In this case, the councilor from Ward 1, speaking out about decorum, has himself taken many actions that have generated many of these exchanges. He is actually one of the main reasons for these spirited discussions. I've had enough of this councilor's thoughts on decorum in this council. Perhaps he could look at what he has done to cause controversy and take action to remedy it himself. Thank you.
And do you have a question?
That's my comment.
Thank you for your comment. Are there is anything? You come on forward. Yes.
I haven't been here.
Mr. Strawn, I was going to say, this has been a while.
Been a long time, actually, since we were fighting the Midhurst secondary plan, and so I'm out of date, and I apologize for not being up to speed with everything. But I have followed a little bit about the boundary adjustment thing, and I do have some questions because there's a lot of stuff I really haven't understood, and hopefully the questions can help me out with that. The one thing that comes to mind is that when I was doing this Midhurst secondary plan stuff, I read a lot of reports, and it was very clear to me that numerous different consultants, especially planning consultants, Hemson being one of them, would always argue that growth doesn't pay for growth. And it was one of the things we were arguing against when we were dealing with the Midhurst secondary plan. But we lost that battle, obviously, and there's going to be 10,000 more homes in Midhurst. And as you probably also know, it's reasonably commonly known when you read all these political things that the industry pays a lot more in property taxes than residents do. So we have a problem already in Midhurst and in Springwater Township as a consequence of that, that we don't have enough industry to keep people's property taxes reasonable. So it seems to me with the boundary adjustment there, I'm just wondering if, first of all, the question is, do the majority of people in council appreciate the fact that that growth doesn't pay for growth without industry?
Absolutely.
So everybody agrees with that. So we have to have.
We're actually not allowed to have straw votes, so council will So that was a question. So yeah, we can individually.
You do appreciate that, so that's a good thing.
Okay.
So in the case of the boundary adjustment, it seems clear to me that well, at least maybe it does to you as well, that we need to preserve lands within Springwater Township for industry. And so I don't know if that's the boundary is likely to take very much in the way of lands that we could be developing as opposed to Barry developing. What's your thought on that?
Again, maybe I can oh, no. Mr. Russell is not there. If we can defer then, just speaking to the consultant's report that we had come forward to us in March. Just speaking to identifying industrial zones, commercial zones within the township. The answer is Mr. Strawn.
The answer
Yes,
is-
I apologize. We're working on setting up a closed session meeting here. What I can do is commit to having staff share with you. I don't know if we still have your email on file, but sharing with you the consultants that we have hired to help us ensure that we are moving forward, having a beyond 20-year plan for
Okay.
commercial and industrial uses within the township. Mhm.
You've got
And
some
then-
questions here.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So it's if Mr. Strong, if he really didn't identify himself or give
No,
an
I'm
answer?
I was going to
Let
get to
me-
that at the end.
Okay,
Yeah.
Let me do that. We've known each other for a while, so it's easy that it was overlooked. David Strahan is my name, spelled Strachan, like Strachan. And I live at 47 Finlay Mill Road in Midhurst. It's identified by the fact that it's currently closed for construction with regard to the Midhurst secondary plan.
And thank you for coming. I share your concern about not enough industrial development that has gone on in the township of Springwater for quite some time. And I think council has some responsibility to that. So I'll be looking forward to coming by and talking to you.
That would be good.
And we can get
So
that in.
the other point is probably you're referring to the consultant that you have or the council that you have of Lubstra Nixon, are you? Is that what you? No, you've got somebody else in mind. Well, that's all right. I'm sure you've got lots of people in mind. But I do have another point here too that I'd like to mention, because I have had a little bit of a look and dig into some of this stuff, and there was a report that was sent to Mayor and Council. The date was July the 11th, and it was actually 34 pages. It was a massive amount of report on the question of the boundary adjustment, which was responding, as I understand it anyway, for a request from this township for comments on the benefits and otherwise of the boundary adjustment. My question then is that with a 34-page document with a lot of detail, I've scanned it briefly, but it's a lot of stuff in there. My question is, how much time has the mayor and council spent discussing that very large document and the details in it?
What I can say, Mr. Strawn, is over the last 2 years, our council and staff have been all consumed by all things City of
Okay.
Barrie. 34 pages is light on what we receive in a week from multiple. There's been 150 pages, there's been 50 pages. We've received
Okay.
numerous communications from various, whether they're developers, landowners, consultants. And I will assure you that this council and our staff have been diligent in
That's good.
preparing ourselves for that.
Looks like you've
Councillor
got
Fisher, Councillor Fisher.
Just to answer your original question, Mr. Strong, I think it's no secret that I'm firmly in opposition of a land boundary adjustment. I can tell you this: your original question about commercial industrial lands, benefiting the tax base, I completely agree. My fear is that giving away a large amount of land to the city of Barrie and really handcuffing ourselves for future growth will hurt us financially. It will seriously. We also have a lot of infrastructure that we need to build, we as a municipality. I always bring up Craig Road because it affects us, actually yourself in particular, on being on Finlay Mill, much needed, overdue in my opinion. With these large projects coming on, we as a municipality need to be very cognizant of where our taxes come from, because if those types of establishments, those types of businesses aren't paying for it, you and I will pay for it. It will increase our taxes. And so to answer your original question, are we aware of it? Do we have an opinion? To the mayor's point, yes, we have been talking about it for 2 years, but I think there's some differing opinions up here. As you can tell, I'm vehemently opposed to it, and I'll tell anyone who
Well,
asks.
my follow-up question regarding that was, if
And I
you
am
have
just going
studied
to
it
be
in
mindful of
detail,
the 2-minute.
you will know that it's not recommended. The people that you consulted came to the conclusion it was a bad idea. It was actually a poor deal. So, you know, why are we still talking about it?
Thank you for that. So we are in a facilitated
I brought
process.
this
And
along today because I know the Midhurst secondary plan things under the bridge. We can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
It would have been much better if we hadn't had that develop in the first place. We wouldn't have had to worry about the thing. I'm not going to make any excuses for Bob Shirelli, who made a special rule to allow it to go ahead despite the fact that it was illegal. But we've got here 1,400 signatures from the residents of Midhurst alone that were opposed to the Midhurst secondary plan. Now, we don't have signatures that are opposed to this boundary adjustment, but I'll guarantee that we went around and did as much work as we did for that thing. You'd have a lot of people, in fact, the majority of people, who would be completely opposed to what these people have recognized as being a completely bad idea.
And I do appreciate those comments. And Mr. Strong, I do promise you that while the original Midhurst Ratepayers Association is not as active as they used to be, there is still groups that are active. They do have petitions. They have been here. They have been making their voices very clear and very loud. So it's not that it has not been opposed.
Right. So it's dead then, is it, or not?
No, sir.
It's still going ahead?
That is correct, sir.
So what is your reason for why a bad decision would be going ahead?
And Mr. Strong, as I said earlier, it is a facilitated process.
Yeah, it's obviously a bad facilitation in that case, isn't it?
And
it's been very clear by your consultants that we're going to be a loser on that one.
And thank you, Mr. Strong, for your comments. Again, we have 2 minutes, and I understand that this is narrative, and if we want to sit here and go right ahead, Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I just wanted, for the record, I just want to say that I too am vehemently opposed to this. I have never supported a single second of it. In fact, I'm suspect about the entire process. For 2 years, I've been suspect. So to say that we are, you know, being forced down a certain path is the truth,
Well, the question is, who's doing the forcing? No, who's forcing us down a path we don't want to go down?
Mr. Strong, it's a 2-minute window, and I do appreciate this, and I'm happy to see you here, and I fully expect you to be back again. However, the 2 minutes for the conversation is there. I will give Councillor Fisher an opportunity again. But after that, unless there's any new comments.
Well, I just would like to get an answer for why we're pursuing something which everybody agrees is a bad idea.
And unfortunately, sir, to suggest that everyone agrees is a bad
no,
idea.
no.
We're not speaking on behalf of
It's a
everyone,
question
so
of a vote. I understand
Thank
the
you.
majority of people are.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Strong, I share your sentiments. I lobbied to have that released, that legal opinion. I think everyone in Springwater should read that legal opinion. It's very strong. It speaks to what we should not be doing. Right.
right.
It's something that cannot be ignored. Everyone should be reading it. And I agree with you. Why are we continuing along? And I'll call it this. It's called a facilitated process.
Right.
That's like a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. It's like being herded onto something. I don't think it's good for Springwater. I've said this over and over again. I personally would never entertain a bad deal. If it was obviously bad for me, why would I continue the negotiation?
34 pages is that most of that showed that it was a bad deal.
Absolutely.
Even our opponents, the Midhurst secondary plan people, the Midhurst Ratepayers Association, think it's a bad deal.
Absolutely. So I couldn't agree with you more. I thank you for bringing those questions forward. I think everyone up here should ask themselves that question. And I think the citizens should ask themselves that question as well. Why would my council or members of the council go forward when there's Loubser Nixon, a very reputable law firm, when they come forward and tell us not to do this? Why are we pursuing it?
And their planner,
And
by
thank
the
you.
way, he makes very clear.
Yes. And we are going to, thank you very much. Are there any other comments or
Very welcome.
questions
I
from
appreciate
members of the
the
public?
opportunity
No,
to address you.
sorry. From, yeah. Come on forward.
Well, they're always
Oh. Unless the chair lets it happen, there are no more questions this evening, so.
My name is Rick Crook. I live at 716 St. Vincent Street. I'm used to this now. I'm here for the other view. The thing is when you read something and it says, well, this is not fair. And that's basically their legal opinion is not fair. That's a legal opinion. I don't know who paid for this, but I'm here for the other side. The other side is basically, you've got 87 landowners that own thousands of acres. The city's offered $12,500 an acre, which is a whole year's worth of tax base to the township of Springwater. The landowners that I've talked to, there isn't one of them that wouldn't pay $12,000 an acre on top of that to leave Springwater. What's going on, they'll pay, I have 100 acres. If they want me to give them $12,500 an acre to be part of Barrie, I'll be part of Barrie. I can get servicing, I can build, I can create jobs, pay development charges, do everything. That's where this has come down to. And you know something? I watch the same people. They voted against, you know, Phil made a good point about you guaranteeing the residual. That's the only point that makes any sense. But the fact that I'm a car dealer. I've been a car dealer in the car business for 42 years and I'm a car dealer for 35 years. I understand these types of structures, these types of deals. Phil understands this as well. Are we guaranteeing the end value? You buy a car for 100 grand, the leasing company says it's going to be worth 50 grand in 5 years. It doesn't matter if it's worth 60, if it's worth 40 and you've guaranteed the end value, you pay the 10,000. That's just the way it works. You buy a car for 100 grand, you drive it for 60,000 kilometers, you lease the car, it's 100 grand, and you drive it to 60,000 kilometers. Those cars are going to be worth 50 grand each. And, you know, to drive the car until the ground, and you're jump starting it in the middle of the winter and what have you, or hiring more people to do the job where you're paying them pensions and benefits and this and that and sick days, it doesn't really make any sense. The world's changed. The world's changed dramatically. And these companies, they can buy them cheaper than you can. I know they can buy them cheaper than you can. And they can sell them for more money than you can sell them on the open market. And they have the things to facilitate that. But like I'm saying, this whole the reports are written by the Mayor's Landowners Group, or this report's written by this. There's an 850-page report that went to the city of Barrie, where the landowners that are a part of this development process or this annexation, I just think that, and they've said that they want to, it's an article that David hasn't read, 850 pages, not 34 pages, where these landowners are saying, we want to be part of Barrie. We want to develop our land. We want to do something. It's Springwater. It's their land within a township of Springwater. And, you know, somebody's got to realize this. And the guys that own this land, you know, the 7 guys that own all the other 10,000 units, but the guys that own those other lands, like I said, they'll pay to leave. So you can get a double whammy. You can get 12,500 an acre from Barrie, and you can get 12,500 for the landowners to leave because they're tired of this and watching this. It's just become ridiculous. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Crook.
You guys have a great night.
Thank you.
Safe drive home. Sure.
Deputy Cabral?
Thank you. Mr. Crooks.
Yeah.
If you were able to get your servicing from the Midhurst Landowners Group and develop your land, would you say yes or would you say no?
Well, they're not doing a very good job of developing their land and building a part-time sewer treatment plant because they built 334 houses in the last 5 years.
And
10,000
it's
they
working,
could.
it's working, Mr. Crooks. I asked you a question. If they could service your land, would you say yes or no?
No, I would be servicing my land. They're not servicing my land. If I would service my land, they're not servicing my land. Barrie will service my land.
And we're going to take a break and the two of you can have this comment online. We are going to recess and we will recess until 45.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah. 45. I do need a motion to recess, please. Yeah. Sorry, Counselor Garwood? Yeah. At this time, I'm going to ask for members of council for a motion to recess, please. May I have a mover and seconder? Deputy Cabral and Counselor Fisher. And that we will recess until 8:45. All those in favor? And that has carried. Okay. All right, council, we will resume. And at this time, I need a mover and seconder to resolve into close, please. Councillor Garwood and Councillor Moore, that the council of the Township of Springwater does hereby move to resolve into closed session at 8:46 PM. All those in favor? And that is carried. Mr. Spring, we are resolving into a closed meetings. We're going to have to ask you to leave. All right, council, we are back in open, and for clarification, council resolved into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act 2001 for discussion pertaining to litigation and potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. It was an update on the Lewis Pitt OLT appeal. And now we have a motion resolving out of closed. And a mover and seconder for that motion, please. I have Councillor Moore and Councillor Fisher that staff be directed as enclosed. All those in favor? And that has carried. At this time, I'm moving on to our minutes. May I have a mover and seconder to approve the council minutes, please? I have Councillors Alexander and Garwood. The minutes of council listed here and be approved as presented. Minutes of the regular meeting of council of September 3rd, 2025. Minutes of the special meeting of council September 3rd, 2025. Minutes of the special meeting of council closed session of September 3rd, 2025. Minutes of the special meeting of council of September 9th, 2025, and minutes of the special meeting of council closed session of September 9th, 2025. Are there any comments or questions on these minutes? All those in favor? And that has carried. Moving on, may I have a mover and seconder for the boards and committee and organization minutes, please? I have Councillors Moore and Thompson that the minutes of the board and committees and other organizations listed herein be received for information, and its minutes of the Severn Sound Source Water Protection Authority meeting of April 24th, 2025, minutes of the Severn Sound Environmental Association board meeting of April 24th, 2025, minutes of the Severn Sound Environmental Association Executive Committee meeting of June 11th, 2025, and minutes of the Severn Sound Environmental Association Special Board meeting of July 2nd, 2025, and minutes of the Agricultural Advisory Committee meeting of June 10th, 2025. Are there any comments or questions on any of these? All those in favor? And that has carried. And at this time, we're moving on to item 7, which is our standing correspondence with information pertaining to the negotiations with the city of Barrie. And I have a mover and seconder for correspondence item 7.2, please. Moved by Councillor Garwood, seconded by Councillor Alexander, that correspondence from SCS Consulting Group dated September 2nd, 2025, RE Barrie Springwater Growth Area Servicing Feasibility. Comments or questions on this? All those in favor? That has carried. And at this time, we have a correspondence and information items. The item number 11.6.
1.6 for September.
Oh, 1.6, sorry. And at this time, Councillor Garwood is asking to defer.
Yes, Mayor Coughlin, just in conversation during the break there, in the interest of time and seeing as we are almost at 10 o'clock, I'm happy to defer to the next meeting, but the correspondence item, in my perspective, is important and will still be on the next agenda.
Thank you. That has been deferred. And moving now to Deputy Cabral. Deputy Cabral?
Yes, Mayor Coughlin, the resolution piece I pulled from CIP, I'm happy to move it to the next agenda for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And at this time, we'll move on to item 9. It's our action reports. A mover and seconder, please. Councillors Moore and Fisher, that action report items 9.2 through 9.3 be received. And 9.2 is our library basement. I don't even know what that. Okay, there we go. And 9.3, which is SU 2020-001, which is 1256 Wilson Drive, and a request for extension of draft plan approval. Comments or questions on either of these? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So obviously, with regard to 9.2, the library remediation, I hope the council will support this. The library is, if you know what happened, that during the ice storm, there was a flood. A lot of it wasn't covered by insurance, and so the basement of the library has been shut down for some time. One of our tenants, the Early On program, which is the for young children, the library's lost over $3,500 in revenue, and would propose that we approve this with an upset limit of $6,805 to get the library up and running again and have this approved as soon as possible.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Fisher?
Vacation for $68,500. Yeah, okay. Right. And Councillor Thompson, can you take us through what needs to be done? Obviously, 68,500 wasn't just dreamt up. What remains to be done to it after insurances?
Don't know if I would go over here to Director Culver.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So we entered into this budget cycle with an intent to waterproof the basement. It had experienced sort of basement foundation leakage over time, but the ice storm sort of shifted some of the intent of that project. So we ended up using those funds to do the remediation and rehabilitation and remedy of the basement. So that included adding an additional sump pump, wrapping the wall, removing all of the mold materials that came to contain mold following the flood. But we've effectively run out of the budget that was approved in 2025. So what's left to be done is basically reconstruction of the basement. So the walls that had to be removed have to be replaced. All of the drywall, all of the vapor barrier, all of the flooring throughout the entire basement all needs to be replaced. It's effectively bare right now. So it's a significant project. And just to kind of follow on the insurance point, we're still working with insurance to try and recover hopefully the majority of this expense. It's just at this time we're in stall because we don't have that final approval from insurance in terms of the agreed upon amount. We're recommending to get moving because, as Councillor Thompson mentioned, we're in pause on programming at the library.
Okay, so if I hear correctly, Mr. Culver, essentially what we're doing is we'll probably be compensated for, I'm thinking, the majority of the 68,000 or a large portion of it, maybe not all. So we're essentially fronting it up front and then looking for compensation from them later on.
Through you, Mayor, I don't want to put any kind of value on it because honestly, we're still in discussion, but the insurance company has indicated a recovery amount. It's just not what we were expecting. And so we're still sort of dialoguing to try and come to some understanding. I don't want to say a majority or not at this point. We will recover some.
Councillor Thompson?
And through the chair to Director Culver, if we approve this funding tonight, could you give us a time frame, best case scenario, when we would have this completed?
Just pass the crystal ball down from this end to that. Director Culver.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Thompson, for once again getting me caught in the construction timelines question. So we have quotes. It's really about the construction timeframe that the vendor can commit to. So at this point, hopefully a month, but I don't know for sure until we get an actual contract with a vendor and get into their schedule.
Follow on.
Sorry, and just one last question. So changing topics just a little bit, we've also got this problem in the Minising Recreation Hall. With regards to the basement and the bowling alley, we have similar leaking problems and a foundation problem. They weren't able to use the bowling alley at the last mini fest. I know they were really hoping for this one. Could you give just kind of a brief update as to what's going on with that basement leak as well?
Director Culver.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, and again, thank you for the preparation to be able to provide the answer. So just to bring everybody up to speed, the basement bowling alley, the Minising Hall, was found to have significant water infiltration and damage resulting in mold and other potential health hazards. In the 2025 budget, Council approved investigation into the severity of the problems and the development of a remedy to support the longevity of the hall. Engineering investigations have yielded some good news and some bad news. On the good news side, structural threats are present but limited and not felt to be urgent challenges. The bad news is that the remedies for the water infiltration are complex and very significant. So that includes interior works. So this is a wall wrapping on the interior of the foundation, but in some cases we require wall wrapping on the outside of the foundation. So the exterior works will also include things like removal of the concrete accessible ramp,
which will then have to be restored following the foundation work. We need to put drainage tile in, and there are other elements on the exterior that have to be done. So it's a bit more complex. In terms of time frame, we're currently working with an engineer to get a good scoping and a good costing in order to provide council an opportunity through the budget to support the work in 2026. And given approval through the budget, we will commence work immediately and work to the fastest possible objective of getting it restored.
Counselor Fisher.
Anyway, I'm definitely in full support of moving ahead with this with an upset limit of the 68.5. But what I would like to see is when we do settle with the insurance, it would be nice to know what we got back from it. You know, if I'll give an example, you know, if we found out we got 45,000, you know, it'd be nice to know how the offset was, what the actual cost was after insurance, right? So, and I'm assuming that would probably be in the next 60 or 90 days, we'd probably be settled with insurance or, yeah, hard one to, sorry, I know. Yeah, anyway, when it happens, it would just be, it would be nice to know.
Counselor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Just more of a comment. I think I'm echoing other members as well, but obviously this project I think is an important one. It's one of our municipal facilities, one that's well utilized. I know from not only an early on perspective, as Councillor Thompson had noted, many community groups as well use that space throughout the year for meetings, event planning, etc. And that pressure of not having that consistent space has been felt across not only Elmvale groups, but our entire municipality, and then takes up space in our hall and our Springwater room and other areas that can be booked and utilized for revenue purposes. So there's definitely a loss there as well. Obviously, the space is well used, so it's a welcomed project to be completed.
Not seeing anything further. I have action items 9.2 and 9.3. Council, all those in favor? And that has carried. Moving on now to our information reports. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Fisher and Councillor Moore, that reports items listed herein be received for information. One is our Building Services Monthly Activity Report of August 2025. Bylaw Service 2 is Bylaw Service Monthly Activity Report of August 2025. 3 is the Corporate Credit Card Report of May 2025. 4 is Corporate Credit Card Report of June 2025. 5 is our check register for June 2025. 6 check register for July 2025. And 7 is our Q2 of our procurement summary. Any comments or questions on any of these? All those in favor? That has carried. And are we Director Harvey for a development update?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I'd like to just briefly give a Midhurst update on the reconstruction, which is the section of road that's being done, full reconstruction on Finley Mill to Waddy, and obviously from Dorn up to Gill Road. Good news is the contractor's ready to place base asphalt as early as later this week, weather dependent. And we're looking at restoration, roadway back open, at least prior to the winter maintenance program. So that's the section from Waddy Road to Dorn, and then Dorn to St. Vincent / Gill Road intersection. The force main work that Earth Boring's doing right now, that's more of the section that's at 2627 in front of the Circle K. The micro tunneling is complete. They're hoping to pull the rest of the force main through that section. And we've worked with the developer that all those areas are to be completed by November 1st, and that means all the paving, all the roadways back open for our winter maintenance. We're hoping that by the end of September, early October here, that they'll be in a position to at least have a partial section of that open again as well. So that's the objectives, and I just thought I'd give council an update on that work.
Thank you for that. We can move now to municipal updates. Councillor Garwood.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Before I jump into my municipal updates, understanding we are close to 10 o'clock once again, we might need to extend. We have it? Okay. Bear with me here. I have a couple updates. First one being the firefighters annual Stuff the Truck food drive happening on September the 24th. Starting at 6 p.m., the trucks will be driving the streets of Elmville, Hillsdale, Phelpston, Anton Mills, Minising, Midhurst, and Snow Valley to collect food donations for the Elmville District Food Bank, with the goal, of course, to fill the shelves of our local food bank. On September the 10th, so just last week, the Simcoe County Suicide Awareness Council and community partners gathered at Heritage Park in Elmville for the 10th Memorial Bench unveiling. This was a very meaningful and incredible event. I wanted to thank Director Culver and Manager Dean and the Parks and Rec team for working with the council to select a location, which was Heritage Park in Elmville. The bench was unveiled during a ceremony, and I was happy to attend, and I thank Councillor Thompson as well for attending. This past Saturday, the Cultural and Heritage Advisory Committee had the pleasure of welcoming visitors to the historic Hillsdale Lockup as part of this year's Doors Open celebration. It was great to see many community members realize this hidden gem. We had roughly 150 members of our community and not folks that drove in as well attend, which we were surprisingly excited about. 150 folks throughout the day was really nice to see. The chair of the committee and all the committee members did an absolutely fantastic job staging the space for folks to be able to tour. I won't steal this from Councillor Thompson. I'll let him speak about Anton Mills this past weekend, but I just wanted to congratulate the Anton Mills Community Recreation Association on their 150th celebration as well. Almost there. Moving forward, of course, in a couple weeks' time, the 163rd Annual Elmville Fall Fair, October 10th and the 11th, is back once again. Understanding we had Tanya from the Floss Egg Society here this evening to present. Obviously, the fair is an annual tradition. I know it was indicated that there's over 12,000 folks that come on out to the fair each year, so it's quite exciting. So we'll see you there. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is the fall drop-in programs that have restarted once again at the Elmville District High School Partnership Facility that we have. So again, members of the community can participate from September the 16th, which was just yesterday, through to December the 18th. So whether you're into pickleball, basketball, or volleyball, there's something for everyone on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. And apologies, I did forget. The final matter is the Elmville Farmers Market. Tomorrow is the last night of the season. We've had an incredibly successful season. Lots of new vendors, new folks coming through. Last year, there was a request to extend the season in through September. Luckily, we've had decent weather. So if you're able and you haven't been able to attend, please come on out to our local farmers market. Thank you.
Councillor Alexander.
I'll be short and sweet. I just wanted to thank Director Culver. I was very happy, as the residents of Phelpston are, to see the work start on the rink. They're out there. The community is abuzz and very exciting. This has been in the making for before I moved to the town 20 years ago, so for years. So I'm happy that we are finally moving forward with this. So thank you and your team for getting this up and running.
And before I do go on to Councillor Thompson, just a motion to extend, please. Moved by Councillor Garwood, seconded by Councillor Alexander. That council hereby extends the automatic adjournment to 11 o'clock. All those in favor? 10:02 might have not cut it, but sorry, all those in favor? And that has carried. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Would just like to thank those that were involved with the Anton Mills 150 celebration. It was a great success. We had several hundred residents, past residents, and friends attend. It was a wonderful day. The weather really cooperated. I would really like to thank the organizing committee and the Anton Mills Recreation Association for doing an outstanding job. Part of this celebration also was the grand opening of the newly renovated Anton Mills Recreation, or the schoolhouse building. And with kudos to Director Culver and staff for looking into a crystal ball and giving us a date that you were able to do. And being very thinking out of the box, and we were actually able to ring the school bell again for the first time in 60 years. It was officially rung. So it was just a wonderful party, a wonderful celebration, and will be thought of for many years to come. Our next event, would like to invite you all to the Artisan Fair that will be held at the park in Anton Mills on September the 27th. It always has really unique gifts, so if you're looking for something for me for Christmas, that's the place to go. So hope to see you there.
There. So last night, I'll tell a bit of a story. Last night, or in the wee hours of the morning, I received a text message from a resident, and on his cameras, somebody was trying to break into his car, and they were going down Idlewood, and so he texted me, and I called him right away, and went out there, and anyway, I bit of a shout out to the Huronia West OPP. Just as I rounded the corner onto Idlewood, about 3 a.m, there was 2 OPP cruisers out there, and I would say probably about 10 minutes after this individual had called the OPP, which is the right thing to do, right? We had 2 cruisers on site, and one of the officers actually said that he was patrolling the neighborhood, and he'd just gone past that location 20 minutes earlier. So the point I'm trying to make is that this is a problem, and it's happening increasingly. But the police are out there; they are patrolling the areas, and in my discussions with the police and with residents. If you see this happening, particularly in real time, make the phone call. The police need to know that it's happening in our areas so that they patrol those areas. I can tell you the resident was very happy to see the police show up in full force, and I just have to thank the Huronia West OPP for having a presence often, guys, and I find it discouraging. Members of law enforcement find it discouraging as well. When the assumption is the police aren't there because you're asleep. Well, they are patrolling the neighborhoods. They are doing their job, and I think last night proved it. So anyway, just wanted to share that story. Yeah.
Not seeing any further updates. This time we will move on to our notices of motion, and we have a notice of motion from Councillor Moore.
Thank you. Just very quickly, this is just follow up from last meeting. We're all aware of the drought and the water problems that we had this summer. And whereas the township experienced a recent water ban that significantly impacted community residents, and whereas the township held an information session for residents where valuable feedback was gathered. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to design and implement a public education campaign and communication strategy that includes the following information. 1, mitigation measures to address future water issues like drought-resistant seeds and plants, conservation program, which would include a sprinkler system usage reduction, rain barrel discount programs. And number 2, education on brown water occurrences. And number 3, education on the current water taking license from the Ministry of the Environment and potential for an increase. Further, that staff be directed to schedule an information session for residents with the township staff, the Ministry of the Environment, and Aqua. Note that these are recommendations from the folks that attended. This is information that they are requesting as well as the meeting. So that's it. I'm not sure if this would go to Director Culver. I'm not sure who actually will take this on. I don't know, Mr. Harvey, potentially, if you know a lot about plants, but there was also a question posed to me today about this regarding pipes that are in front of people's homes that are still on wells. There's a lot of wells and septics within this drinking water system. And are those folks going to be asked to connect to those pipes? If there's a fire, do they use those pipes? Where does that water come from? Yeah, I'll leave it there.
And before I do turn for any comments or questions, just a seconder on this, please, Councillor Garwood. And we'll turn to Director Harvey.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So with regards to the drinking water systems and obviously the existing residents, there's no implication on them as it relates to their wells or their system. The only way that they would be required to do anything would be in relation if they were hooked up to the municipal system. Anything related to the water ban or any kind of usage the municipality has is related to our existing system. And if you want to repeat your second.
Thank you. The question to me was, if you're a resident in the drinking water system on a well or a septic, particularly a well, are you cost sharing, first of all, the pipes that run in front of the door for events maybe like a fire? I don't know how you would access that, but or is there opportunity for those folks to hook up and then also be part of the cost sharing? So the resident was saying the costs are very expensive. And is that because it's a small number of people using an expensive system?
It's almost a finance question, but I will take a stab at this. So in relationship, the system is a user-based system. So those people who use the system pay for the system. So there is economies of scale, obviously related to that. There's no, unless there was a local improvement, there would be no mandate for somebody to hook up, anything like that. Council can obviously do that if there's provisions for it. And I think I'd leave it at that.
Comments or questions from Councillor Fisher?
Just through to Director Harvey. I know we spoke last meeting and a few phone calls regarding lighting, replacing the lighting. And I've had a few residents reach out to me, very happy that the lights very quickly were replaced. Can you speak to that? Was it just a few of them? Was it all of them? I haven't driven around and checked it in the evening, but but I will say, yeah, I just drive around, skulking around. But I will say the residents were very happy at how quickly, particularly in those areas that actually where cars were being broken into.
Before I do go to that, we can maybe circle back to that. We'll deal with the notice of motion and then we can ask for that update after. So we'll stick to the notice of motion that's here. Anything further on the notice of motion? All those in favor? And that has carried. And we will turn now for a brief update.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin, and to Councillor Fisher. Yeah, as we spoke previously, our vendor as it relates to replacement of the streetlights. Obviously, after the ice storm, there was a lot of demand for the type of luminaires and fixtures that we have, and we're lucky that our vendor's been able to get a supply. It's not exhaustive in the sense that there's still a number of outstanding. So they've prioritized locations based on our listing, and our supervisor of roads has worked with them and our maintenance staff to ensure that we're taking all of those deficiencies and trying to do them expeditiously as the materials are available.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any additional notices of motion? Any items for future consideration? Councillor Garwood?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. I will be bringing forward another item of correspondence for council to review and endorse. Not to get into all the details right now, but recently there's been much conversation regarding the automated speed enforcement program. Premier Ford has come out and spoken about it as well. There was a letter from AMO that was circulated to municipalities that I have asked be included on, I think it was last week's CIP, which I will be pulling forth to the early October meeting. And I will be putting forth a proposed motion to reinforce the Township Springwater support of the program, understanding that many municipalities are doing something similar right now. Understanding some are going the other way as well, following the Premier's recent comments. So I will get into those details at that time. And if council will indulge me, would I be able to provide a brief response to something from earlier on in the meeting?
Is it a question? Is it a question?
It is not a question, Mayor Coughlin.
I'm going to ask Councillor Garwood that we get through this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our bylaws, may I have a mover and seconder for our bylaws, please? And Councillor Garwood, Thompson and Fisher, that bylaws listed here being signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. 2025-071 Parkland Dedication Bylaw. 2025-072 the park naming. 2025-073, this is to amend the traffic and parking bylaw. 2025-074, this is the fees and charges bylaw. 2025-075, to amend the water bylaw. And 2025-007, and this is the voting methods. Are there any comments or questions on these? Deputy Cabral.
Propose an amendment.
And with an amendment, okay. Are there any comments or questions on any other of these items, the bylaws? Seeing none, so we will move through all those with the exception of 2025-077. All those in favor? And that has carried. And we will move back now to bylaw a mover is Deputy Cabral, seconder for the bylaw on alternative. Thank you, Councillor Alexander. And I'll turn it over to Deputy Cabral.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. This actually has been on my mind for a bit, and I was actually going to bring it up back in the springtime. I'm concerned with the remote voting, the lack of verification process, a challenge verification, and then allowing the person to vote. Neither the province nor the federal government use remote voting. There's no provincial guidelines for the remote voting. It's kind of, jump on board and do it. I'd like to give a shout out actually to Councillor Follis and Aurelia, who had some very good research on it and some very compelling arguments of why it was not a secure method of voting, particularly in today's day of people being able to break into computer systems and whatnot. Not to mention the fact that one fraudulent vote, in my opinion, is one too many. And in addition to that, when some of the elections are close, a handful of votes might make all the difference in the world to who wins and who doesn't win. So I'm quite and I think the other piece too is, there's vendors out there who can maybe provide, we have some mechanisms in place, but outside of something like the CRA uses to access my account through the federal government, which is basically your banking credentials, which provide a token that verifies who you are, and then you're able to access your my account at the federal level. There needs to be a mechanism, something along those lines, and that's not something that's in place right now. So my position is until the provincial government actually provides guidelines for remote voting or actually starts to practice it and makes it available to municipalities at the same level that they're utilizing it, I have a motion to remove it. An amendment to remove it from our alternate voting methods for the 2026 municipal election, and also to ensure that our regular advance polls at regular locations continue to happen, and that the regular election day polls continue to happen at their locations. That was a big issue in 2022. There were a lot of people that when election day rolled around thought that they could go to the regular polling stations. And I'll be honest with you, most seniors, that is a civil responsibility that they take very, very seriously. So that's my reasoning behind proposing the amendment. And I would ask that Clerk Marshall please read the amendment.
Clerk Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. The motion reads that the motion now before council be amended as follows. So the motion before council is that the bylaw 2025-077, the alternative voting for the 2026 election, so that bylaw be amended to remove remote internet and telephone voting from the bylaw. So it would, that means it would just be in-person electronic voting.
So we do have an amendment to that bylaw, and I'm going to turn now to Deputy Mayor. I feel that this is something that we should not be changing this during a approval of the bylaws. If this is something we're actually altering how our residents are able to vote, I feel that this should be a standing item on the agenda with information, with correspondence that at least gives us information as to what percentage of our voters utilized the mechanisms that we're about to take away. I think that the electors should have a say in how they get to cast a vote. Simply deferring this to the next meeting or to have a report on statistics, how many people utilize these methods that we're about to take away. And I think that it should be our goal to make it as easy as possible for everyone to vote. So I would just be requesting that it be put on to the next agenda as a information report.
Mayor Coughlin, I'm not interested in doing this. It's been on my mind for some time. Until there's fail-safe way to ensure that the remote voting is 100% accurate and there's no fraud that can be entertained on it, because I can tell you right now, there were people who voted in the 2022 election that should not have been voted. It should not have voted. And that's the reason why I'm putting this forward. And I think we owe it to the residents to make sure that the voting that takes place at the municipal level in Springwater Township is absolutely 100% verifiable, and absolutely 100% that the folks who are voting have an opportunity to be challenged as to whether or not they're allowed to vote, verified that they are in fact allowed to vote, and then given that opportunity to vote. So to suggest that it's remote voting is something that we should just simply be doing because it's available. The provincial government doesn't do it, the federal government doesn't do it, and I'll tell you right now, I don't think municipalities should be doing it either. So I would like the motion to go forward as it's put together and have a vote on it, because as a resident, I want to ensure that the voting that takes place in Springwater Township is 100% accurate, and only those people who are allowed to vote get the opportunity to vote by being challenged, verified, and then given that opportunity.
Councillor Garwood?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. So looking at the report that was provided to us on the last meeting, I went back and looked at that and just pulled that up right now. And it does speak to the number of votes cast and in which voting method was utilized. Telephone was almost 11%. In-person electronic was 8%. And internet was 80%, almost 81%. That means 89% of residents in the 2022 election voted either with a telephone or on their phone, on their computer, away from a physical voting location. Now, I see this as a concern. Of course, I agree with the perspective that we 100% want our elections to be transparent, accurate, and for every vote to count that should count. But I'm also not aware of widespread issue, and if there was some and I'm not aware, I'd be happy to hear about it. I believe in the report it spoke to one ballot being spoiled and removed from the overall count, which would not have resulted in a change in any of the 7 of our positions. When I also look at the percentage of voting across municipalities across Ontario, in the same report, it speaks to, in 2022, it was a 32% voter turnout. Barely 7,000 residents, electors in the township of Springwater chose to vote in the last election. That number has consistently dropped election after election. In 2006, again from the report, the voter turnout was, I believe, 30%. So it's been really, it was 18 years or so, and it's been consistently going down. I also have concern from an accessibility standpoint. We have many residents in this municipality who, well, 631 of them to be exact, that utilize telephone voting, which sounds maybe a bit archaic, but there are many people that don't have access to the internet, don't have the mobility. We know that we only have certain voting locations, whether it's here at the administration center or as proposed in the report that was discussed at the last meeting, having also a election day poll at the Elmville Arena. That does not help the residents that are in between, that don't have the mode of transportation, that don't have public transportation to be able to get them there. So in a world where we have organizations like AMO that are trying to push inclusive opportunities to get people out to vote so that people's voices can be heard across all spectrums, the method of voting that was used, almost 81%, I think if we remove that from our residents without going out and consulting them and having this discussion, I see that as deeply concerning. I wasn't prepared to be able to speak to this. I only have the data because I pulled open the report that the clerk's office provided on the agenda at the last meeting. If the public also shared these concerns, they should have the opportunity to come here on an agenda and have this discussion. I still wouldn't support this, no matter when it's on an agenda, because I believe it erodes our ability to get more people out to vote, and B, I see it as interfering in the process. Why would we take a step backwards when we know municipalities across the province are moving forward? And yes, the deputy mayor is correct. The province and the provincial government and the federal government do not go those routes from a electronic voting standpoint. And look at their voter turnout. I believe the last provincial election, or not the last one, the one prior, was around 27%. That is abysmal. That is not something that we should be proud of, that we should want to latch on to and continue forward. So I have lots more to say about this, and I hope we have the opportunity to be able to speak about this further in the future, because I know there would be many, many upset residents.
I'm sorry, I have Councillors Fisher and Alexander and Thompson and Deputy Hitchcock.
Yeah, no, I won't speak very much on the issue. I feel that low voter turnout, whether it's federal, provincial, or even municipal, it's not because of electronic voting or it's sort of voter apathy. Actually, it's a bit of a bigger issue. I think municipally, unless we know 100% that voter fraud cannot happen, I believe that this is the way that we have to go for now. I also think that if your vote matters to you, you will get up and vote. I mean, I vote federally, as I'm sure everyone here does. I vote provincially. I make it there no matter what to exercise my right to vote. So I don't see this as something we need to do to expand voter turnout. Those who believe in their right to vote and exercise it will make it to a polling location and will be secure in the outcome.
Councillor Alexander?
So my concern from the report that we did have before was, and I did speak to it at that point as well, is the lack of authentication. The means that were given to us still leave room for voter fraud. So unless we're going to sit up here and say those people that come and vote in person don't need to show ID, don't need to, all they have to do is pick up a voter card that they found, but there's no other means to say this is who they are and prove that, then I don't see why we would allow telephone or internet voting when we don't have those proper means. If we had multi-factor authentication on your phone or tokens to the deputy, there are ways out there to get this. They're expensive, but there are ways, and without those ways, we're not democratically ready to do this. You know, we can, sure, anybody can do it. And I am aware of households that one person voted for the entire household because they could. That's not okay. So it happens, and again, unless we're willing to remove the ID when someone walks in, I don't see why without the proper authentication, we would put ourselves in a position to have an election that can be questioned.
CO Ainsworth?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And I just want to highlight, hearing all of the points of council, I just want to highlight a few of the pieces that were in the clerk's report from the last meeting. There are risks to every voting method. That is not a question. There are risks to every voting method. The province, through the Municipal Elections Act, permits municipalities to have this alternative voting method. So they do approve of electronic voting, remote voting. The other piece to it is even a traditional paper ballot in-person vote, people are not required to provide ID. There are ways through the Municipal Elections Act that permit somebody to sign a declaration of who they are, and we are required to accept that. So there is opportunity as well. That it just because somebody's coming in person, it doesn't mean that they need to provide ID. They can simply sign this declaration and state, I am this person, I live at this address, I declare this, and we are required to give them a ballot. Obviously, if the election worker is seeing you, I've seen you earlier today. There are provisions for that. However, the risk is there at every voting method. One of the big differences between previous elections and this coming election is the voters list. Previous elections, and from I don't know how far back it goes, MPAC was legislatively responsible for providing townships and municipalities with the voters list. It's no secret they were riddled with errors. There were quite a few people who no longer lived in the home, renters from years past, deceased persons, kids who have long grown up and gone. The voters list was quite a contentious issue through a lot of the clerks associations pushing for changes to that method. The provincial government did hear the concerns, and now it is Elections Ontario who is responsible for the voters list. Just on the fact that it is Elections Ontario, it pulls the most recent tax information. You check off the box when you complete your taxes. Yes, I do agree to be added to the federal provincial voters list that now includes municipal voters list. So the information is as accurate as your income taxes are to that time. Unlike the MPAC list, which could have been information, honestly, to be quite honest, from 10 years ago, 12 years ago. So that data cleanse is quite a significant change from elections past. And we have been assured that the information will be quite accurate compared to the MPAC list. So that's quite a significant factor in the next election and moving forward. There are principles in the Municipal Elections Act that clerks and municipalities follow to try to remove barriers as much as possible from the election process to ensure as much of the electorate can come out and vote, express their opinions through that. So the reason why the voting methods are proposed as they are is it removes as much barrier as possible while holding the integrity of the election. That is why staff have proposed it. As a clerk for 15 years, I am very much confident in the vendors that are available to Ontario municipalities to provide electronic elections. It is a council decision. Whatever council decides, staff will conduct that election with understanding the principles of the Elections Act and continue on that method. However, we wanted to ensure that you were provided with all of the information to make an informed decision based on that. And both the clerk and I can answer any questions you might have from that. Thank you.
Sorry, I have Councillor Thompson, Deputy Cabral, and then Councillor Moore.
So through the chair to CAO Ainsworth, I assume that won't add any extra cost to us?
CAO?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. There are differences in costs that we are estimating will balance out. Removing the mailing of individual credentials takes that cost down. However, we will have increased costs for additional staffing, printers and equipment and whatnot for the voting locations, but we feel like it would balance itself out.
Follow on?
And what is the penalty for voter fraud?
CAO Ainsworth?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. It is a federal offense. I'm not exactly sure what the convictions are, but they are quite significant. That was the other thing I wanted to touch on is voter fraud is something that is taken extremely seriously. In the event that voter fraud throughout the election is brought forward to staff, there are things we can do about it. Voter vendors have the technology in the background to be able to pull VPNs, identify exactly the date and time a vote was cast, and that would be brought to the police. Any indication of fraud, any complaint of fraud would be fully investigated through the township, through the election vendor, and through the OPP. That's where the complaint would be forwarded to.
Colin?
So I guess my question too is that if there are members of council that have knowledge and evidence of voter fraud, what would be the proper process? Should they have come to you and reported it?
CAO?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. Yes, during the voting period, any indication from any candidate of thoughts of fraud should be brought forward to the clerk immediately. The other thing as part of that too is if fraud has been found, the vendors can go and actually pull those ballots to remove that fraudulent vote if it is determined to be fraudulent.
One last question. So did any members of council come to you and report the voter fraud that they said that they saw happening?
CAO?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. There were no complaints of fraud at the 2022 election.
Deputy Cabral?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. First off, I'd like to talk about VPNs. They're not necessarily IP addresses. Folks who have VPNs, they're not easy to trace. Folks could vote from wherever they want. My main concern last time was because it wasn't the first time that we'd actually engaged in it. I didn't participate the first time around. I went and cast my vote. But when we're talking about vendors here who basically said to our township, we can manage this for you. And then they sent out cards to all the residences that once you went online and punched in that unique number, there was no verification process or anything. So you're sitting in front of your computer, you could have 10 of those and just punch one in after the other, and you're voting. You know, so that's a vendor who's supposed to be providing a secure system who failed to do that. So that was my number one concern at that point in time when I sat down and I did it, because every other time I'd gone. And when we're talking about the turnout that was alluded to earlier on, we have to keep in mind that the opportunity for in-person voting was very, very limited. So, and our rates did not go up. We've always been in the 30 some odd range, at least in the north end, from what I've gathered in the past. So here's a vendor who was basically selling us a service that didn't provide any verification process whatsoever. And now we have vendors who say that they can do it. Well, I don't believe them. It's that simple. I don't think the vendor, they have a vested interest in selling the program. The other thing that happened was the glitch that affected numerous municipalities last time around, that there was a delay in getting the results. There was all kinds of issues with it, you know. So no, I don't think it's good in order to do it. And if the provincial government wants to actually implement a program where municipalities can have that verification process in place, let's do it. But even with the voters list being accurate, there's still opportunity to do this, because if you have a household with people there who have filled out their tax file last year and now they've moved and it's election year, you fill out those taxes the year before. So now you've relocated. Those documents are going to still go there, and they will have the opportunity to vote. We talked about having the possibility, I spoke to CAO Ainsworth about you know, what some of the options might be going forward, and one of them was like a unique ID number 2 weeks before you get your your card to actually cast your remote vote. Well, I'm going to get both of those if I'm living at that address for the guy who doesn't live there anymore. So there's nothing preventing me from doing it. And that's the problem. The problem is there's no process. I agree with the declaration. I knew that that existed, but that actually takes somebody quite bold to come to a polling station, one individual, and make that declaration fraudulently. However, someone who was following the mailman and decided to pilfer 20 or 30 of the voters cards that we got last time, when our turnout rate is only 30%, that would tell me that 70% of the people wouldn't even care that they didn't get it, even though somebody might be using those cards to actually vote. So until that flaw is corrected, and the other key here is that remote voting is permitted. And that's a permitted thing that I think was a grand failure last time around. So I still do not believe that until those issues are corrected, that we should be moving forward with it again in this next election. So I'd still like to see the motion go forward as it is. And there was one other thing I wanted to point out here. But I've lost my train of thought. But I think the glitch in and of itself that affected all the municipalities and put everything on hold was something that we should all take note of, because it caused a lot of grief. And although the vendors say, hey, the results were accurate, I don't know, were they? I hope they were, because we're all sitting here.
I have Counselor Moore, Garwood, Alexander, Fisher.
Oh, thank you. I am sensitive to folks that can't get out of the house to vote. So, folks that are bedbound, folks that have mobility issues, circumstances make it so that they can't get out of the house to vote. So my question, CAO Ainsworth, is what does the provincial government or the federal government do for those folks? Is there a mechanism in place for homebound people to be able to still exercise their rights?
CO Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. There is voting by proxy. That does pose its own challenges because you do need to appoint that proxy, provide the proxy to the clerk in order to allow that proxy to vote. The federal and provincial government have the same restrictions as municipalities. If somebody is unable to attend a voting location, it is up to them to be able to attend. They do provide information for, accessible transportation, that kind of thing. However, it is something that falls short for accessibility to ensure that people who are homebound can vote. It is legislated that municipalities have voting locations at long-term care homes over a certain criteria. So we do have Sarah Vista that the township is required to provide a voting to. However, there are no other locations that are legislatively provided or required to have that voting location. And the provincial and federal governments, I believe, also have that requirement, but it does not catch people who might still be at home and unfortunately cannot get to a voting location.
Follow on.
Thank you. I find that problematic. And down in Snow Valley, where the voting station is down in Snow Valley, there's a large, long, steep staircase for people who have to climb to the top of. And from personal experience, it was hard, not for me, but for folks that I was taking. It was difficult to get up those stairs. But that is our local voting location. We still did it. And I think there is an elevator, or something. We didn't use the elevator. But I'm on the fence about our reasoning and not allowing everybody to at least provide them something and a way. So if we can come up with a solution that we could compromise a little bit, I would be happy to do that.
CO Ainsworth.
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. And the motion that was passed by council at the last meeting spoke to multi-verification. It doesn't specify that, what the multi-verification would be. The plan through the RFP was to ask vendors to explain what additional services they could provide for multi authentication. There is the one example, as Deputy Mayor Cabral advised, of a PIN and a password that are mailed at separate times. There are ways of you have to enter your birth date. There are vendors who provide ID verification. I don't know exactly how that works, but we would be asking these vendors to provide their information of what they can offer for multi-verification as part of their submission for remote voting to try and prevent any kind of fraudulent activity from taking place. So that was something that we were going to explore through the RFP process. The concern, so council has to determine their voting methods by May 1st. The issue is as we get closer to that date, vendors drop off as they only take so many, they counted by electors. So bigger companies will allow a certain amount of electors. So we try to do this early in the process. But once we go out for RFP, there's binding pieces to that. So we do have to be cautious of going out for RFP, requesting this information, and then council saying, we would like to change our voting method. We'd have to just be careful with that procurement piece to it as well.
Thank you. And before I continue through the list, Deputy Cabral has indicated that he has maybe amendment or change to his amendment.
Okay, part of the reason for this is that when we had this discussion at the last meeting, I thought I was pretty clear that I wanted to ensure that whatever verification process was in place was robust enough that my concerns could be alleviated. What the bylaw has done, however, is put us in a position where we're agreeing to remote voting, and I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how robust it's going to be or accurate. I mean, there are financial considerations where there is a verification process where you literally show them your ID online, they verify it, and then they let you open the account. So if we could change this bylaw so that we're not necessarily committing to remote voting in advance, but after the RFPs come in, can have a look at what these vendors are offering, then I would suggest that I would be in a position at that point in time to entertain that. However, the way the bylaw is right now, council is committing to remote voting. I mean, if proxy voting is available, we could certainly push that out, make people aware that it exists, and have those folks have proxy votes available when the polls open. So there is a way around that aspect of it in my mind, but the reason why I wanted it removed from here is because I have no idea what it's going to look like down the road. And what I've seen so far is that it's fraught with the ability for people to fraudulently vote remotely. So is there a way, CAO Ainsworth, that we could find a way to pass this with a deferral until these RFPs come in and council then has an opportunity to determine at that time the remote voting piece? That's why I'm stuck here right now, because until there's some kind of certainty as to what is going to be provided, because I believe that the vendors have a vested interest in selling their service. So they will be saying, yes, we have a verification process. Well, what is it? If it was a verification process, and I actually mentioned this to you, Clerk Ainsworth, where folks would zoom into the clerk, they're right in front of the screen, they could show their bill, they could show their ID, and then be given the pass to vote, that would work for me. But we also realize that that's impractical. Or is it? Maybe it's not impractical. Because these folks are going, could we not do that? Have a zoom in opportunity for those folks who are unable to attend the polling station to be able to vote that way, but have regular polling stations for everybody else who can just go there. And just entertain the ones that are unable to, or as you say, in Sarah Vista or homebound. This is my concern. And, you know, if there's an opportunity to work around it, like I'm prepared to do that, but I'm not prepared to commit to remote voting until such time as those concerns can be alleviated.
And before this, I'm gonna make a suggestion and then we can have that, if it's possible, then if we can defer it and have staff come back to us, because I don't think we can go out for an RFP. If that way we can set the parameters of what level of security we want and what the cost implications would be. That way we're not just, because if we go out for an RFP and we're then bound.
Sorry, Mayor Coughlin, I'm going to suggest this. We leave the amendment as it is for now. And we can always come back to this bylaw at a later date, can we not? If we decide remote voting will be permitted
You're reconsidering.
as an amendment to it at a later date, or change the wording that, you know, council will consider at a later date whether or not remote voting will be permitted.
CAO Ainsworth?
Thank you, Mayor Coughlin. There's always the opportunity to rescind a bylaw. However, what I would recommend is, we know the vendors. We know the vendors that are out there for elections. The clerk and her team can reach out to these vendors, see what they can provide us without going through a formal RFP. We bring the results to council, and then council can decide if it satisfies.
Are we able to defer this until that happens? Then I would be happy to do that.
Okay, I just for clarification, that's exactly what I just said, like verbatim. So I'm glad that we can agree on something there. So this will be deferred, and will be referred, as staff will report back with the actual security options, verification options for us to move forward through. Moved by Deputy Cabral, seconded by Councillor Moore.
And if I could just add one more thing is the date that we have to have this in place is May of next year, if I heard you correctly. So we do have ample opportunity to actually do the reaching out. So I'm happy to do that.
And as as CEO Ainsworth said, it is advantageous for us to deal with this with some sort of immediacy, because the vendors become less and less available. So. All right. We know what we're doing here. So that the motion now before council be referred to staff for further information on multiple verification options. I do have Garwood, Alexander, Fisher, and Deputy Cabral still on the list. So if we're gonna do it again. All those in favor? And that has carried. May I have a mover and seconder for the confirmation bylaw, please? Councillor Alexander and Deputy Cabral, that bylaw 2025-076 to confirm and adopt the proceedings of council at the regular meeting of September 17th, 2025 listed herein be signed and sealed by the mayor and clerk. All those in favor? That has carried. And adjournment, please. Councillors Fisher and Moore, that the regular meeting of township does now adjourn at 10:44 p.m. to meet again at the regular meeting on October 1st, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. All those in favor? And that has carried.